Internet, I'm Insane Lane, and welcome to Bad Erotica Book Club. Happy Saturday, or Catterday as it may be. I'm not wildly behind. And one of my hard drives keeps going offline, and I don't know why. I would check the cord, but I'm lazy. And it's not going to affect this, so... Oh, why setting up gotta be so hard? So, let's see. Last week, we had actually a couple things happen. We learned that Layla is in a hospital somewhere, getting the help she very much needs, which is good. We learned that Christian still wants to see her and talk to her, which is really, really, really bad. He should have absolutely no contact with her, possibly ever again. But he has the world's worst therapist, so there's that. Though, second worst. Still clocking in second worst on the rankings, because I can say Flynn has likely not gotten anybody killed, whereas the therapist from Split definitely has a body count. I think that's going to be part of the rankings when I finally do that at the end of Freed, the next book. We're going to start with the therapists that have body counts, because they're definitely going to be higher on the list than some of the others. And I just realized what I forgot to do. So let's see how fast I can real time some things. But in terms of the book, we had Layla, then we had a character named Jack Hyde, as in Jekyll and Hyde. Guess what? He's a creep. And he tried to sexually assault Anastasia. Christian did nothing but blame her for it in a really, really disgusting, really, 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 really toxic manner. Just outright could not stop blaming her for it, offered zero comfort, zero empathy whatsoever. And yeah, so he's still the worst. And he's doing this while he's still trying to pressure her into saying, yes, I will marry you. How, being the absolute worst and victim blaming is going to get her to marry him. But we know it will, because we know how this ends. Or at least the way the book ends, though I don't think that's how it should end. I think it ends with her buried in the basement after she gives birth to their second kid, but that's me. So we got that. There was something about it being his birthday coming up, and he's annoyed at that. His obnoxious little sister called to invite Anastasia because she's head of the party committee, because she's the Alice character. Hello, Persnickety. Hello, Sasha. Give that girl some belly and some love for me. Is she still checking the magic hole in the backyard? Oh, God, I forgot I only have half my makeup on. Jesus, what is wrong with me tonight? I cannot get my freaking button gear. So, yeah, we had that, and if you give me about 30 seconds, because I can totally do my face in 30 seconds, and I don't look like crap, we will kick things off, because I think we're probably going to get, the birthday party. But doesn't he do, the bigger, proper proposal? Because she kind of called him out for, that was a really crappy way to propose, which it was. So doesn't he, fill the pool house with flowers or something? Or is that only in the movies because they realized that it was a crappy proposal? I'm still waiting for the helicopter scene because we should be up on that by now. Because that ties into the whole proposal thing, so I thought we would have that by now, and yet... She's still checking it? Of course she is. But then it'll snow and she'll forget about it. Or she'll find another magical place that food comes from, and then that'll be the place that she checks every day. And why is there cat hair on my lipstick? He knows he's not supposed to get up here. Yes, I know he's a kitty and therefore he's like required to ignore my rules, but you'd think he'd be a little more subtle about it. But cats have a thing for lipstick. Personally, I think it's because it has fish oil in it. As most of them contain a very high amount of fish oil, so I think that attracts kitties. For now, though, all rights for our national anthem.
If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they go, "Oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you." Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they're like, I'm not really sure. Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, "No thank you," then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea. Don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, "Yes, please, that's kind of you." And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they are unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, "Do you want tea?" because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, "But you wanted tea last week," or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat, going, "But you wanted tea last night." If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
Ah, thank you. I forgot to unmute. Ah, I look like absolute garbage. I apologize for the state of my nose. There's nothing I can do about it. I got sunburned and then I scratched. Okay, I'm going to point out, my nose looks way worse on camera than it actually is. It's not actually this bad. I'm not actually bleeding. Okay, it's just, I got sunburned because I went out a couple of times and then I scratched it, and don't scratch when you have a sunburn. But my skin was peeling and it was bothering me. And the goth look is because I had a very, very, very shitty week. I'm still having problems with my ear that I have now spent over $350 trying to get fixed. And I'm very pissed with how that went earlier this week because it was a $90 waste of money that I could have used for, paying my phone bill. Thank you. I definitely do look like garbage. Anyone who comes in making fun of my appearance tonight, I'll be inclined to give him a pass. But we're already on chapter 8 out of 10 somehow. We're flying through this book. Probably because there's like nothing to it. That's probably why the third one is 750 pages, which I'm still very afraid of, by the way, and it's coming up way too soon. I'm starting to wonder if maybe they moved the helicopter scene. Was it originally in the third book? I don't remember. It was too long ago. That or it's in here somewhere. Because I'm pretty sure they're engaged at the end of this one, and that involves his birthday and the helicopter scene. Alright. Thursday, June 16th, 2011. Oh, we're starting on a flashback. How wonderful. Grandpa is laughing. Mia has fallen down on her butt. She is a baby. Mia. Mommy and Daddy sit on a blanket. We are in the orchard. My favorite place. Elliot is running between the trees. I lift up Mia and she walks again. Shaky steps. But I'm behind her. Watching her. Walking with her. I keep her safe. We have a picnic. I like picnics. Mommy makes apple pie. Mia walks to the blanket and everyone cheers. Thank you, Christian. You take such good care of her, Mommy says. Mia is a baby. She needs someone to watch over her. I tell Mommy. Grandpa looks at me. He's talking now. Yes. Well, that's just great. Grandpa looks at Mommy. He has tears in his eyes, but he's happy. Happy tears. Elliot runs past us. He has a football. Let's play. Mind the apples. I look up, and behind a tree, Jack Hyde is watching us. I wake instantly, my heart racing. Not from fear, but because I was startled by something in a dream. That's called fear. Okay, when I get jolted out of what was a good dream because something scary suddenly appeared, yeah, that's called being afraid of the thing that suddenly appeared in the dream. In my case, it's usually a monster out of some movie or TV show. Oh. Right? Isn't it? It's so bad. It's also like, I've worked with a lot of children. A lot of children. They don't think like that. They don't talk like that. They don't think that much, also. They tend to just kind of do. There's not usually a lot of thought process. Because they're tiny and they don't have that yet. But also, this is an adult having a dream. So why is it being, like, why is he narrating his dream as if he is still 4 years old? He's an adult having this dream. Yes. I know. How weird is it that E.L. James, I think she has 2 kids? So it's like, were you just never around when they were growing up and being babies? Like, do you just not recall anything about children? What was that? I can't remember. It's light outside and Anna's fast asleep beside me. I checked the time. Nearly 6:30. I woke up before the alarm. It hasn't happened for a while. Not with my dream catcher beside me. Oh, so just finally came right out and said that's what she is. Half dream catcher, half fuck doll. Useful thing to have. The radio comes to life, but I switch it off and snuggle up to Anna, nuzzling her neck. She stirs. Morning, baby, I whisper, grazing her earlobe. I run my hand up to her breast and gently caress her, feeling her nipple harden beneath my palm. Oh god, are we going to start with morning sex? Because even in real life, I don't want to start my day that way. She stretches beside me and I trace her skin to her hip and hold her close. My erection sits in the cleft of her behind. Can't go 3 pages without mentioning his dick. We're not even a full page in. You're pleased to see me, she says, and wiggles, squeezing my dick. Oh my god. Why the image of this I'm finding hilarious, I don't know, but I am. I'm very pleased to see you. My fingers skate over her belly to her sex and I caress her, there and everywhere, as I remind her that there are advantages to waking up together. She's warm, willing, and ready when I reach over to the bedside table, grab a condom, and lie on top of her. Notice how he never, ever, ever, ever asks for consent. He just assumes that she is always willing. And, just because you're waking up and she's, letting you, touch at her does not mean she wants full-on sex right now. Taking my weight on my elbows, I ease her legs apart, then kneel up and rip open the foil packet. I can't wait until Saturday. She looks up at me eagerly. Your party. No, I can stop using these fuckers. I roll the condom on, because of course, his birthday doesn't matter, but it's the day he can stop using condoms. Because magic birth control is a thing. Aptly named, she giggles. Are you giggling, Miss Steele? Oh, we're doing this shit now. God, they fuck worse than teenagers. No, she says, trying and failing to keep a straight face. Now is not the time for giggling. I stare down at her, daring her to giggle again. I thought you liked it when I giggle. Not now. There's a time and place for giggling. This is neither. I need to stop you, and I think I know how. Slowly I ease into her. This is all the foreplay she gets, is that. I swear to God, he has no clue what foreplay is. Ah, she says in my ear. We're still spelling it like pain. And we make sweet, unhurried love. No more giggling. Okay, thank God it didn't go into more detail than that this early on. I am not drunk yet. And also, I struggled writing a sex scene this week and I was struggling because it was a vanilla sex scene, which I don't trust my judgment on what is sexy because I lack experience. But I ran it by a few people. They assure me that it is sexy, and guess what? My girl character giggles a couple of times, and it's sexy and appropriate. I personally think giggling when somebody is biting one of your thighs is a very good response. And probably what I would do. Because I would be both very nervous and very come and get me. Dressed and armed with a coffee and a large trash bag from Mrs. Jones, I head up to my playroom. I have one duty to perform while Anna has her shower. I open the door and step inside, set down my coffee. It took months to design and source everything from this room. You would never know that from seeing the room in the movies, because in the movies it looks like a bunch of cheap crap. That is one thing I will never forgive the movies for, is they didn't know what they were doing when they went shopping for BDSM stuff. So I actually have some of the things that appear in that room, and I can assure you they're very cheap. He's supposed to be Mr. Billionaire guy that has the best of everything, and everything is handmade for him. They should have actually done that. Because it does not look like he's rich when you're in that room. It looks very pedestrian to me. I was also, noting a very lack of variety. And I get there's probably certain, sex toys they couldn't show in a movie. I get it. But for the floggers and whips and stuff, they all just look so cheap. I was like, nope, not buying this guy as either a dom or rich. Not in this room. And now I don't know when or if I'll ever use it again. Also worth noting, he's the only one saying they're never going to use this room again. She has never said that. She actually told him she's okay with some of the kinkiness, just not all of it. So I don't know why he's acting like, she's going to make him repaint it to a normal color. Don't dwell, Gray. I face the reason I'm here. In the corner. My canes. I have several. From all over the world. I run my fingers over my favorite. Fashioned from rosewood and the finest leather. I bought it in London. The others are made from bamboo, plastic, carbon fiber, wood, and suede. Carefully, I load them all into the trash bag. Sorry to see them go. There, I've admitted it to myself. And also, why do you have to get rid of anything? Like, she doesn't want them in the room because they're intimidating, fine. Put them in a closet in a different room. Like, you don't actually have to get rid, especially because some of them probably cost hundreds, if not thousands of dollars, as they should. But you don't actually have to throw them out. Anna is never going to enjoy these. It's just not her thing. What is your thing, Anastasia? Books. It will never be canes. I lock up the room and head to my study. Once there, I pack the canes in a closet to be dealt with at a later date. See? Just leave them in a closet and forget they're there. Problem solved. But for now, she won't have to see them again. At my desk, I finish my coffee, aware that Anna will be ready for breakfast shortly. But before I join her in the kitchen, I call Welch. Mr. Gray, good morning. I wanted to talk to you about Jack Hyde. Oh yeah, the guy I had my security guard beat up. Like, also point out that, like, nobody bothered to call the police for what Hyde did. Like, he committed a crime. Nobody cares. Because this is a world where police don't exist. Anna's beautiful and elegant in gray when she enters the kitchen for breakfast. She should wear skirts more often. She has great legs. My heart swells. With love, with pride, and humility. Yeah, press X to doubt. What would you like for breakfast, Anna? Hale asks her. I'll just have some granola, thank you, Mrs. Jones. She sits beside me at the counter, her cheeks pink. I wonder what she's thinking about. This morning, last night, the spreader bar. Oh yeah, did they finally use that? Where he flips her like a pancake and that's supposed to be sexy? Ugh. Okay, now I'm deaf on my right side again. Great. So do you. Her smile is demure. Anna hides her inner freak well. Ugh. Gag me with a stick. We should buy you some more skirts. In fact, I'd love to take you shopping. See, that is a female fantasy right there. A guy that likes taking you shopping and will just buy you anything you want. That's the ultimate girl fantasy. I also point out that's repeated in the other series. So is the male lead having a thing for apple orchards. I swear to God, she was writing them both at the same time and just wrote the same thing in both, like hoping nobody would notice. She doesn't seem overly impressed with this idea. I wonder what will happen at work today, she says, and I know she's referring to to SIP to change the subject. They'll have to replace the sleazeball, I mutter, but when I don't know. I placed a moratorium on hiring until we've conducted a staff audit. Yeah, I was going to say, he owns the place, so replacing him is now his problem. I hope they take on a woman as my new boss. Why? Well, you're less likely to object with me going away with her, she says. Okay, for half a second I had hoped that she was gonna say, because I'm nervous about having another male boss, look at what just happened. But no, it's so my control freak boyfriend might let me do my goddamn job. Oh, baby, you'd appeal to women too. He has no limit. He has no limit. He has no limit. There's nothing. There's nothing she can ever do. Like, because this is the beginning of how very toxic this is going to turn. Because it's not even that he just thinks all men are hitting on her now. Now he's extended it to everyone on planet Earth is going to be hitting on his girl. And it's the bigger thing. If he just doesn't want her to work, he doesn't want her to go away ever. It's control, control, control. And he will make up whatever excuse for that is a bunch of crap. But, like, this is the first he's saying this, and it's because, yeah, I just don't want you going away ever. Okay, ow. You ever put your hair up too tight and it starts giving you a headache? Mrs. Jones places my omelet in front of me, distracting me from my brief and extremely enjoyable fantasy of Anna with another woman. What? What? Okay. Obviously, I have no objection to two women being together, as I would gladly be one of those women, but from him doing it, ew! And do we think he'd find it so enjoyable if she was imagining him with another man while she watched? Like, really? What's so funny? Anna asks. You are. Eat your granola. All of it. If that's all you're having. Ugh. She purses her lips but picks up a spoon and devours her breakfast. Can I take the sob today? She asks when she finishes the last spoonful. Taylor and I can drop you at work. Christian, is the sob just for decoration in the garage? Yes! Said this. They've had so many arguments over him buying her a damn car. This is now the second car that he's bought for her, and she's never once driven any of them. No, of course not. Then let me drive it to work. Layla's no longer a threat. Why is everything a battle? It's her car, Gray. If you want to, I concede. Of course I do. I'll come with you. Yeah, we knew that was coming. What? I'll be fine on my own. I try a different tact. I'd like to come with you. Well, if you put it like that, Anna acquiesces with an accepting nod. Hi, puppy. Come here. No. No, I'm not leaning down. Come on, up, up. Come on, you know you want to come say hi. Come on, up. Come on. Bo, come on, you greedy little beggar. Come here. Come on, up, up. Up, up. There we go. It's a pup. And of course he hit the mute because he's really good at it. Hey, what is the rule of licking when I have makeup on? Yes, I know you're sorry. Don't do it again. And yes, just like she is, decoration only. Yes, I love you. Yes, I love you. Oh, look at this face. Look at how adorable this face is. Look at how cute he is. And I just realized I forgot to introduce the ducks because I was stressing. You're so sleepy. You're so sleepy. Okay, Bo's gonna help me introduce the ducks. Okay, we have Ralph, Charlotte, Steve, Paddington, Caspian, Inspector Clouseau, Dumbo, Sally, Bill, Xavier, Eloise, Pongo, Mitch, Sansu, Baba 2B, Sasha, Bartholomew, Alex, Chuckles, Melman, Naruto, Jeremy DeWitt, Cinemark, Alan Tudyk, and Jeeves. Yes, that's all the ducks. You don't try to eat when I drop one. No, I wouldn't do that. mileage on her than the car. But see, now we're running into the problem of the threat is gone, so how is he going to justify the bodyguards and the constant stalking? Not that he ever had to before, but he's getting some pushback now. Also worth noting, we have new ducks available. They are here. We have about 11 or 12 that are available. We have some that need repainting. I didn't get to that this week because of reasons, but we have new ducks. They are available, and I will draw one if anybody sponsors a duck. We also, of course, have our trusty handcuffs, which are always my favorite. And I haven't poured a glass yet, but I will chug a glass of wine at the $50 tier. The cups are $25 and a duck is $10 for anyone who's new here and doesn't know. Right, Bo? That's all of it? Yeah? That's everything I forgot to say? You're really sleepy? Yes, he's really sleepy. Okay, somebody thumbnail this for me. Oh, sleepy baby. Yeah, sleepy baby. Oh, so cute. So cute. Okay, I'm going to put you on your pillow so you can have your naps, okay? Yeah, it's your nap time. Yes, it is. Okay. All right, nap times for puppies. Say bye-bye. Bye, everyone. Yes, rub the belly, rub the belly, rub the belly, rub the belly. Rub the belly, rub the belly, rub the belly, rub the belly. Yeah. Okay. And curl up on your pillow. Go, baby. Yes, good baby. Good baby. Of course, now he has to go. You got to dig at a pillow and then circle 50 times before curling up. Anna is beaming. She's so delighted with the car. I'm not sure she's concentrating on what I'm saying. I show her the ignition on the center console. Strange place, she says, but she's practically bouncing in her seat and touching everything. In other words, she's acting like a child. Again. You're quite excited about this, aren't you? Just smell that new car smell. This is even better than the submissive special. The A3, she says quickly. Submissive special. I try not to laugh. You have such a way with words, Miss Steele. I sit back. Well, let's go. I wave her in the direction of the exit. Anna claps her hands and starts the car, and pops the gear shift into drive. If I had known how thrilled she would be about driving this car, I might have relented and let her drive sooner, because it's up to you. I love seeing her this happy. The Saab glides up to the barrier and Taylor follows us out onto Virginia Street in the Q7. This is the first time Anna's ever driven us anywhere. The first time she's driven me. As a driver, she's confident and seems adept. However, I'm not an easy passenger. This I know. I don't like being driven at all, except by Taylor. I prefer to be in the driver's seat. Yeah, because he's a control freak. Can we have the radio on? She asks as we pull up to a stop sign. I want you to concentrate. And yet, he has the radio on when they drive. She snaps back. Christian, please, I can drive with music on. Choosing to ignore her attitude, like it's any of your damn business, I switch on the radio. You can play your iPod and MP3 discs. What? It actually, I swear to God, I'm not making this up. It says MP3 discs. Because E.L. James is that far out of touch with technology. iPod, MP3 discs, as well as CDs. that old. CDs were definitely gone by the time this was written. Absolutely. I inform her. The sound of the police fills the car with a golden oldie. King of Pain. I turn it down. It's too loud. Your anthem, Anna says with an impish grin. I knew that was coming because it's a very cheap joke. It's also in very poor taste. Like, that is borderline offensive to say to him. You're referencing somebody's, like, lifetime of trauma. Or is she saying he's the king of pain because he likes inflicting it? Either way, bad joke. She's making fun of me. Again, yeah, people are allowed to do that. I have this album somewhere, she says. And I remember she mentioned Every Breath You Take in an email. I shake my head because she was right. After she left me, I did loiter outside her apartment during my morning run. You did a lot more than that. You stood there for God knows how long, repeatedly trying to watch her through the window. She's gnawing at her bottom lip. Is she worried about my reaction? About Flynn? What he might say? Oh, yeah, she's going to see his therapist. Oh, that's gonna be really bad. Hey, Miss Smartmouth, come back. She stops abruptly at the red light. You're very distracted. Concentrate, Anna. Accidents happen when you don't concentrate. I'm just thinking about work. Maybe you'll be fine, trust me. Do we even know if she still has a job? I mean, the person she's the assistant to just got fired. So, when she gets to her desk today, what is she supposed to do? Please don't interfere. I want to do this on my own. Please, it's important to me, she says. Me? Interfere? Only to protect you, Anna. Let's not argue, Christian. We've had such a wonderful morning. And last night was. Her cheeks pink. Heaven! Wow, he must have doubled up on the roofies last night. Last night, I close my eyes and see her ass in the air. I move my seat as my body reacts. Yes, heaven. And I realize that I've said it out loud. I meant what I said. What? I don't want to let you go. I don't want to go, she says. Good. I relax a little. She's still here, Gray. The talking to himself is getting worse. Anna drives into the SIP parking lot and parks the sub. Ordeal over. She's not that bad a driver. I'll walk you to work. Taylor will take me from there. I offer as we climb out of the car. Don't forget we're seeing Flynn at 7 this evening. I hold out my hand for her. She presses the remote, locking the car, and gives the sob a fond look before taking my hand. I won't forget. I'll compile a list of questions for him. Questions. About me? I can answer any questions you have about me. No, you can't. Her smile is indulgent. Yes, but I want the unbiased, expensive charlatan's opinion. I do love that they call him an expensive charlatan because it is appropriate. I mean, so far he's still clocking. This may change. So far he's still coming in second on the rankings. And yes, I am going to do a TV and movie therapist rank video when we get to the end of Freed. That's going to be our palate cleanser. Before moving on to the next series, which I have already chosen, though I do need to double check that it is what I think it is because I don't know anything about it. I have backup ideas if needed. But yeah, so far he's clocking in second only because the one in first place has a body count. So far, Flynn doesn't have a body count canonically. In our headcanon, he certainly does, but not canonically in the actual material. So I can't give him that. And the other one does have a body count in the movie, so there's that. fold her into my arms, my hands cupping around hers and holding them behind her back. Is this a good idea? I stare into her startled eyes. They soften, and she offers to They soften, and she offers to forego seeing Flynn. What? I would not do this ever. She shakes one of her hands loose from my grip and tenderly strokes my face. What are you worried about? That you'll go. Christian, how many times do I have to tell you I'm not going anywhere? You've already told me the worst. I'm not leaving you. Then why haven't you answered me? Answered you. You know what I'm talking about, Anna. And no, she doesn't know the worst because he hasn't said the mommy part yet, and she's too stupid to put one and one together. Or did he tell her the mommy part when he was like fake begging on his knees? I don't know. I was so disgusted with that whole scene, I think I blocked it out. She sighs in her exasperation clouds. I want to know that I'm enough for you, and that's all. And you won't take my word for it. I release her. When will she realize she's all I ever want? When will you realize she's saying she can deal with the dark side of you? You're kind of both in the same place, dude. Christian, this has all been so quick. Well, yes. Fucking A. At least somebody acknowledged it at some point. Just once. That's all I needed. And by your own admission, you're 50 shades of fucked up. I can't give you what you need. It's just not for me. But that makes me feel inadequate, especially seeing you with Layla. Who's to say that one day you won't meet someone who likes doing what you do? And who's to say you won't, fall for her? Someone much better suited to your needs. She's entirely correct. She looks away. Like I said, I have been the dom in the room when somebody was coming to me to do that because they weren't getting their needs met by their spouse and it was causing problems in their marriage. And it's like, just don't put yourself in that situation. Yes to the mommy trauma. He admitted to her that he likes beating little brown haired girls because they look like his mother and it's basically just revenge. Also, hello, Sarah Bellum. I'm glad you're here. Always fun. Oh, ow. Popping and ow. I'm still having popping and ow and like blocked can't hear stuffiness. And idiot doc is like, well, the infection is gone, which is good, but it's still doing that. And the answer was like, oh, try Claritin for a few days. Because now he's thinking it's allergies, and when I kind of gave him a what the hell look, I didn't actually say it. But his answer was to go, well, I'm not an ear, nose, and throat specialist. No, you're a moron at a walking clinic that's like wasting too much of my time and money. And also put gloves on before fucking touching me. And also, why is it doctors short circuit when you tell them, like, hey, instead of physically moving my body because this happened, like, he needed to look in my ear, so I got up on the thing, which, by the way, didn't help me with at all. I had to move the stool thing over by myself, which is, like, weird. But second I sit up there, puts his hands, no gloves, on both my shoulders, and I'm wearing a sleeveless top like I am now, and tries to turn me like I'm a fucking puppet. And when I didn't do it, because A, that hurts my back, just doing that right now hurt. And I just politely said, if you need me to turn a certain way, please ask me and don't move me. He looked at me like I just grew another head. Like, use your words, not your hands. And then he really didn't seem to understand what I was fucking saying. So I had to, like, dumb it down to, okay, don't touch me, please. Are we getting that through? Is that clear enough? Like, I'm trying to be nice. I'm making an actual effort at a time when my anxiety is through the fucking roof. But hey, counting ceiling tiles in a pinch helps. Also, you are borderline panicking when you're trying to count 14 tiles and it takes you like 9 times to get it right. But that's what you get when you leave somebody with an anxiety disorder waiting, and that's why I make an appointment so I don't have to wait, but they really fucking suck. God, I need a drink. I knew several women who liked doing what I do. None of them appealed to me the way you do. I've never had an emotional connection with any of them. It's only ever been with you, Anna. Because you never gave them a chance, this is true. You've spent too long locked up in your fortress. Look, let's discuss this later. I have to go to work. Maybe Dr. Flynn can offer us his insight. She's right. We shouldn't be discussing this in a parking lot. Come. I hold out my hand and together we walk to her office. Taylor picks me up in the Audi, and on our way to Grey House, I contemplate my conversation with Anna. Am I locked in a fortress? Yeah, a really expensive penthouse. Maybe. I stare out of the window. Commuters hurry to work, wrapped up in the minutiae of their daily lives. Here in the back of my car, I'm removed from it all. I've always been that way. Removed, isolated, as a child, or isolating myself as I grew up. Walled off in a fortress. I've been scared of feeling anything except my anger, my constant companion. Is that what she means? If it is, it's Anna who's given me the key to escape, and all that's holding her back is Flynn's opinion. No. But like, way to miss the point. Oh, ow, stop it. Maybe when she's heard what he has to say, she'll say yes. I can hope. I allow myself a brief moment to see what real optimism feels like. It's terrifying. It could end badly. Again. My phone buzzes. It's Anna. Anastasia, you okay? They've just given me Jack's job. Well, temporarily, she says, with no preamble at all. This is the most in a book full of unrealistic and really stupid things. This is like takes the fucking cake. Idiot girl who is like 3 weeks out of college and has worked there for about 2 weeks and spends all of her time email fighting with her boyfriend rather than doing her fucking job. Gets promoted from newbie assistant to the editor-in-chief to being editor-in-chief. And we're expected to believe this is on merit. Not because her soon-to-be fiancé owns the company and rigged this. And also not even if let's just say even if Christian Grey did not put his hand in this, let's say he didn't yet, he would have, but not yet. We also know that because of their email fighting and the emails being monitored, that the whole company knows 2 things. 1, that the company has been sold to Grey Enterprises, and 2, that she is his fiancée. So no matter which way you slice it, there's no way she got the job honestly. Not that a jump like that would ever be honest. It's not possible. You don't go from the girl who gets coffee and makes photocopies to being editor-in-chief. You don't go from college a month ago to editor-in-chief. People spend their lives chasing those jobs. No. But I guarantee you it is because they know that he bought the company and that she's engaged to him, and that's it. That's the only reason. But oh yeah, everyone's gonna totally be like, oh, I'm so glad for you. You know, people, and there's gonna be people who've worked there for 15 years. There's gonna be an assistant editor-in-chief. There's gonna be a secondary editor who's gonna feel very like passed over at this point because it should have been their job. Yeah, no, completely. It has nothing to do with slutting her way to the top. Like, Again, like that's going to be her reputation for the rest of her life, whether she continues to work or not, and probably not. Because once she gets pregnant, he's going to declare that it's too dangerous for her to work, and especially once the baby's there, he's going to guilt trip her into being a stay-at-home mom. You know that. Oh, well, the kids need you. It's important for them to have their mother around. I didn't have my mother around, and I want my kids to have better. You know that there's no way in hell she ever has a career or works or anything. Like, that's just never, ever going to happen. But yeah, anyone who ever hears of her in publishing is going to be, oh yeah, the one who like completely sucked her way to the top. Like nobody would ever take you seriously, and authors would avoid your publishing house knowing that if they're published there, they're not going to be taken seriously either. Like the reputation of the publishing house is going to be like obliterated within a couple months, and then it's going to stop making money. That'll be his excuse to like sell it off or just disband it or whatever, and there goes her career. That's how that's going to go. You're kidding. Did you have anything to do with this? Her tone is accusatory, as it should be. No, not at all. I wouldn't believe him for a second. I mean, with all due respect, Anastasia, you've only been there for a week or so, and I don't mean that unkindly. Yeah, in other words, you're not qualified. I know, she says, and she sounds demoralized. Apparently Jack really rated me. What the fuck does that even mean? Did he now? I'm so glad that asshole is out of her life. Well, baby, if they think you can do it, I'm sure you can. She wouldn't know where to fucking start. Like, you don't walk in and become CEO of a company. Congratulations. Perhaps we should celebrate after we see Flynn. Are you sure you had nothing to do with this? Does she really think I'd lie to her? Maybe because of my confession last night? Yes, I think you would lie, you fucking ass. You've lied so much. Or maybe they've given her the job because I won't let them recruit outside the company. Oh, yeah, and again, newbie intern who's been there a week is the most qualified person in the building. Hell, do you doubt me? It angers me that you do. What the fuck doesn't anger you? I'm sorry, she says quickly. If you need anything, let me know. I'll be here. And Anastasia, what? Use your Blackberry. Yes, Christian. I ignore her sarcastic tone, and shaking my head, I take a deep breath. I mean it. If you need me, I'm here. Okay, she says. I'd better go. I have to move offices. You didn't have an office, you had a desk. If you need me, I mean it. I know. Thank you, Christian. I love you. Those 3 little words. They used to terrify me, and now I can't wait to hear her say them. I love you too, baby. I'll talk to you later. Laters, baby. Taylor pulls up outside Grey House. Jose Rodriguez will be delivering some photos to Escala tomorrow, I inform him. Oh, I'd completely forgotten about that. I'll let Gail know. He's staying the night. Taylor checks me in the rearview mirror, surprised, I think. Tell Gail that too, I add. Yes, sir. Who else thinks that it's bullshit that Christian Grey would ever let this guy that he absolutely hates and considers a rival stay at his apartment? Like, he'd offer to put him up in a hotel before he'd allow this. Right? I know. Like, yeah, this is the problem. If a company actually did something this ridiculously stupid, there would be a mass exodus. Because, yes, the assistant to the editor-in-chief would leave on principle because the job should have been theirs. And probably, like, half the writers and the people who, like, go out looking for new authors, they'd all be like, fuck this shit. I'm not taking orders from some 21-year-old slut. Not to mention, can we talk about the HR ramifications of promoting her to the job of the guy who tried to assault her, and that's why he got fired? No, that is the second creepiest thing. Who? Okay, raise your hand in the chat if you saw the CEO get caught having an affair at the Coldplay concert. That guy is on the fast track to getting divorced. That too, yes, because again, company emails are monitored, and the two of them fighting and talking about sex and the fact that they're getting engaged and that he owns the company, somebody's got copies of that. And they're going to be like, yeah, this bimbo comes in. Within a week, she's ousted the editor-in-chief. Nobody's going to believe her that he tried to assault her. No one's going to believe her. Everyone's going to think that she was put in as a plant. Because what happened? Order of events. Christian buys the place. They talk on email about him buying the place, so everybody knows. Right after he's bought the place, she starts there. Within a week, ousts the editor-in-chief and takes over his job. Yeah, people are going to think that was all like pre-planned. The plan was just to get rid of Jack Hyde, put her in his place because Christian Grey bought the building and she's sleeping with him. Or bought the company, I mean. But yeah, I know. He's not unemployed yet because they can't just fire him. But also, here's why this is relevant to this. The woman that he was caught with his hands fully on her breasts on the camera, they work for the same company, and she is the head of human resources. Oh, he quit? Okay, I hadn't heard that yet. I'm not surprised. It's probably the nicest way for him to exit. But yeah, the woman he's having the affair with works at the same company and is the head of HR. Oh, that was just today? Okay, that's why I hadn't seen it yet. But yeah, his wife apparently has deactivated all social media and by all accounts is hiring a good divorce lawyer, and I hope she makes him pay, because yeah. No. Too much of the vinyl lettering has come off this, and I don't have my guideline on where to stop pouring now. Because I was using the line on the letter A, and now it's washed off. This is going to be dangerous. I know, right? Like, of all people to have an affair with at work. Had to be the head of HR. Like, dear God. As the elevator shoots up to my floor, I allow myself a brief fantasy about married life. It's weird, this hope. Something I'm not used to. I imagine taking Anna to Europe, to Asia. I could show her the world. We could go anywhere and everywhere. I could take her to England. She'd love that. And we'd return home to Escala. Escala. Maybe my apartment has too many memories of other women. Yes. Perhaps I should buy a house that would be ours alone, where we can create our own memories. Yes. But keep Escala. It's handy for downtown. They can afford it. Yeah, keep it. The elevator door is open. Good morning, Mr. Gray, the new girl says. Good morning. I can't remember her name. Coffee? Please. Black. Where's Andrea? She's around. The new girl smiles and scurries off to make my coffee. At my desk, I start perusing houses on the web. Andrea knocks and enters a few minutes later with my coffee. Good morning, Mr. Gray. Andrea, good morning. I'd like you to send some flowers to Anastasia Steele. What would you like me to send? She's had a promotion. Maybe some roses, pink and white. Okay. And can you get me Welch on the line? Yes, sir. Do you remember that you're seeing Mr. Bastille today at Escala, not here? Oh, yes. Thanks. Who has the gym booked here? The yoga club, sir. I make a face. She stifles her smile. Roz would like a word, too. Thanks. After my calls, I go back to looking at houses online. I remember when I bought my apartment at Escala. A broker did it all for me. And it was bought off plan. It seemed like a great investment, so I didn't look further. What does off plan mean? Now I'm getting sucked into real estate websites looking at property after property. It's addictive. I've coveted the big houses on the shores of the Sound all the years that I've sailed. I think I'd like a home that looks out across the water. I grew up in a house like that. My parents live on the shores of Lake Washington. A family home. Family. Kid. Kids. I shake my head. Not for a long time. Anna's young. She's only 21. We have years before we have to think about kids. Like foreshadowing hammer. What kind of father would I be? Gray don't well. I'd like to find a plot of land and build a house. Make it ecologically sustainable. Elliot could build it for me. A couple of the listings meet my criteria. One of the homes looks out across the Sound. The house is old, built in 1924, and it's come on the market in the last few days. I'm choking on nothing. The photographs are spectacular, especially at twilight. Name drop. For me, it'll be all about the view. We can knock this house down and start again. I check what time the sun will be setting this evening. 9:09 p.m. Maybe I could get an appointment to see the house at dusk one night this week. Andrea knocks and enters. Mr. Gray, I have a choice of flowers here. She places some printouts on my desk. This one. It's a huge basket of white and blush roses. Anna will love it. And can you get me in to see this house? I'll email you the link. I'd love to do an evening around sunset as soon as possible. Sure. What would you like to say on the card? Put the florist through to me when you've ordered the flowers, and I'll tell her directly. Very good, Mr. Gray. Andrea exits. 3 minutes later, she puts through the florist, who cheerfully asks me to dictate a message for the card. Congratulations, Miss Steele, and all on your own. Bull fucking shit. No help from your over-friendly neighborhood megalomaniac. CEO, Love, Christian. Got that? Thank you, sir. Thank you. I go back to looking at houses online, and I know I'm distracting myself from the anxiety I feel about Anna's appointment with Flynn later today. Displacing. That's what Flynn would call it. But my happiness hangs in the balance. And houses are distracting. What will Flynn say? After half an hour looking at the houses and not doing any work, I give in and call Flynn. Yeah, I knew he would. I knew he would. Like, I'm surprised he didn't have like a pre-session, so they could discuss, like, is anything off limits? Is there anything he doesn't want Flynn to tell her, even if she asks? Like, any kind of boundaries, or even just, like, You know, as a therapist, I would want a session with just him to discuss this before I agreed to meet with somebody else. Because I want to make very, very sure I know exactly what he has in mind, because this is dangerous territory. Because I don't want to get sued by him if I tell her something that he didn't want her to know. And it's like, well, you didn't set any limits, so. You've caught me between patients. Is it urgent? He says. I was calling to find out about Layla. No, you weren't. She had another comfortable night. I hope to see her later this afternoon. And I'm seeing you too, yes? Yes, with Anna. There's a moment of silence between us, and I know this is one of John's tricks. He doesn't speak, hoping I will fill in the ensuing silence. I had a therapist who did that, and I used to hate it. Christian, what is it? This evening. Anna. Yes. What will you say? To Anna? I don't know what she's going to ask me, but whatever she asks, I'll give her the truth. That's what I'm worried about. He sighs. I have a different perception of you than you have of yourself, Christian. I'm not sure whether to be reassured or not. I'll see you this evening, he responds. See, I would be questioning as a therapist whether this is an okay thing to do, because he's clearly not okay with it. Like, I'm not saying never do it. I'm saying give it a little time before, you know, let him have like a couple sessions to get used to the idea, talk over boundaries, expectations, that kind of thing. Later that afternoon, I'm back from my meeting with Fred and Barney, and I'm about to click on another real estate agent website when I notice an email from Anna. I haven't heard from her all day. She must be busy. Who's surprised that he let her go this long without contacting him? And now we have the obligatory emails because nobody ever works. Kitty's passed out over there. Not sure where Pupperdoodles is. He might be under his puppy bed, but I'm not sure. He's probably on the couch. That or oh no, he's not on the floor. Sometimes when it's really hot, he's been laying on the floor right in front of me, which has led to my stepping on his feet a few times. So I'm learning to check for him. Because he never lays on the floor, but when it's 40 degrees, And apparently he decided that the best place to be on the floor is just directly in front of my feet. From her to him, megalomaniac is my favorite type of maniac. Thank you for the beautiful flowers. They arrived in a huge wicker basket that makes me think of picnics and blankets. She's using her phone, finally. Though how he can tell from this email, I don't know. Because there's nothing in it that says it was sent from the BlackBerry. From him to her. Maniac, eh? Dr. Flynn may have something to say about that. You want to go on a picnic? We could have fun in the great outdoors, Anastasia. How's your day going, baby? Her to him. The day has flown by. I've hardly had a moment to myself to think about anything other than work. I think I can do this. I'll tell you more when I'm home. Outdoors sounds interesting. Love you. P.S. Don't worry about Dr. Flynn. How does she know that I'm fretting about him? Because it's very, very, very obvious. Him to her. Not to worry, later's baby. Okay, that just took up 2 whole pages. In the gym at Escala, Bastille is on a roll, but I get a couple of kicks and knock him on his ass. Something's eating you, Gray. Same girl? He sneers as he springs off the floor. None of your goddamn business, Bastille. We circle each other, looking for an opportunity to take each other down. Ah, I love that you have a woman in your life giving you a hard time. When do I get to meet her? I'm not sure that's gonna happen. Keep your left up, Gray, you're vulnerable. He comes at me with a front kick, and I feign and skip left, avoiding him. Good move, Gray. After my shower, I get a text from Andrea. Okay, what was the point of the gym scene? Why did we need this? And apparently texting exists in this world, because for the first time, I think ever, he is getting a text from somebody. Realtor can see you this evening, 8:30. Is that okay? Her name is Olga Kelly. Great, thanks. Please text me the address. I wonder what Anna will make of the house. Andrea sends me the address and the access code to the front gates. I memorize the code and find the house on Google Maps. While I'm working out a route from Flynn's place to the house, my phone rings. It's Roz. I stare out of the balcony window as she gives me some good news. Fred has come back to me. Kavanaugh is a go, she says. Roz, that's great. He has a few technical issues that he wants his people to discuss with our people. He'd like a meeting tomorrow morning. Breakfast. I've told Andrea. Tell Barney and we'll go from there, I respond. And I turn away from the view of Seattle and the sound to find Anna watching me. Will do. I'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye. I hang up and stride over to meet my girl, who looks sweet and shy as she stands on the threshold of the living room. Good evening, Miss Steele. I kiss her and hold her close. Congratulations on your promotion. You've showered. I've just had a workout with Claude. Oh, I managed to knock him on his ass twice. It's a memory to be savored. That doesn't happen often? No. Very satisfying when it does. Hungry? She shakes her head and seems worried. What? I ask. I'm nervous about Dr. Flynn. Me too. How was your day? I release her. Great. Busy. I couldn't believe it when Elizabeth, our HR person, asked me to fill in. I had to go to the senior editor's lunch meeting, and I managed to get 2 of the manuscripts I was championing considered. You're the editor-in-chief. You tell them what to do now. You don't have to take a fucking vote. She doesn't stop. She's excited. Her eyes are shining. She's passionate about what she's been doing. It's a pleasure to behold. Oh, there's one more thing I should tell you. I was supposed to have lunch with Mia. You never mentioned that. I know, I forgot. I couldn't make it because of the meeting, and Ethan took her out to lunch instead. The beach bum with my sister. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I see. Stop biting your lip. I'm going to freshen up, she says quickly, and before I can ask her any more about Kavanaugh and my baby sister, because everybody just has to be hooked up in this thing. Like, just every, young person we mention's got to get hooked up with someone. And how old is the sister? I need a definitive answer here. Because she acts like she's 12. But the guy she is now dating is, the same age as her brother. So, I need an answer on how old is Mia Gray. But why does everybody have to be hooked up? Just because their Twilight counterparts all had hookups? Who cares? Does anybody care that Mia Gray is dating Ethan Kavanaugh? I've never really thought about my sister dating. There was that guy at the ball, but she didn't seem particularly interested in him. I usually run here from home, I mention as I park the Saab. This is a great car. I think so too, Christian. My gut tightens. What is it, Anna? Here. From her purse, she hands me a small dark box wrapped in a ribbon. This is for your birthday. I wanted to give it to you now, but only if you promise not to open it until Saturday. Okay? I swallow to contain my relief. Okay. She takes a deep, nervous breath. Why is she anxious about this? I shake it. It sounds small and plastic. What the hell is she giving me? Who thinks he would totally like sneak a peek but do it in a way like where he could make it look like he hadn't tampered with it? I look up at her. Whatever it is, I'm sure I'm going to love it. I give her a broad smile. My birthday is on Saturday. She will be here that day. Or so this gift implies. Doesn't it? You can't open it until Saturday, she says, waving a finger at me. I get it. Why are you giving me this now? I place it in my inside pocket. Because I can, Mr. Gray. Why, Miss Steele, you stole my line. I did. Let's get this over with, shall we? Okay, if neither of you is comfortable with this, you don't actually have to do it. You could not do it, or do it another day. Or, like, take some time, get things established, not rush everything. Flynn stands as we enter his office. Christian, John, we shake hands. You remember Anastasia. How could I forget? Anastasia, welcome. Anna, please, she says, and they shake hands. He directs us towards his sofas. I wait for Anna to sit down, admiring the fit of the navy dress she's changed into. And I take the I take the other sofa but sit close to her. Flynn takes his usual chair. I place my hand on Anna's and give her hand a squeeze. See, I wish this scene had actually made it into the movies because it might have made him less insufferable. Also, I didn't find this out until extremely recently, like last week. They had cast Hugh Dancy, who, I heart forever for being in Hannibal, the TV show, as Dr. Flynn. They'd actually cast him and like sent him scripts and everything. I don't remember if he actually filmed any scenes or not, but they decided ultimately to cut the character out of the movies. But they had cast him, and he apparently had, like, when reading the script, especially where he was supposed to be at the ball and bidding on Anastasia, said something like, aren't therapists supposed to have like a professional detachment? And like, this is not that. So yeah, I don't think he was too sad when it got cut. Christian has requested that you accompany him to one of our sessions, Flynn says. Just so you know, we treat these sessions with an absolute confidentiality. He stops when Anna interrupts. Oh, I've signed an NDA, she says quickly. Shit. I release her hand. A non-disclosure agreement. Flynn gives me a puzzled look. I shrug but say nothing. You start all your relationships with women with an NDA? He asks me. So the therapist didn't know about this? Really? Okay, now we're having therapy red flags because if you haven't told him that, like, if your therapist doesn't know that you make every woman that you fuck sign an NDA, Jesus. Because that's definitely something the two of you should discuss. The contractual ones I do. Flynn stifles a smile. You've had other types of relationships with women? Shit. No, I respond, amused by his reaction. He knows this. As I thought, Flynn turns his attention back to Anna. Well, I guess we don't have to worry about confidentiality. May I suggest that the two of you discuss this at some point? As I understand, you're no longer entering into any kind of contractual relationship. Different kind of contract, hopefully, I say with a look at Anna. She blushes. Anna, you'll have to forgive me, but I probably know a lot more, excuse me, about you than you think. Christian's been very forthcoming. Always nice to be told by somebody that, yeah, excuse me, now I have hiccups, that somebody else has already told them so much about you. I absolutely hate that. I utterly fucking hate anybody gossiping about me, and yes, I regard it all as gossip. She glances at me. An NDA. That must have shocked you, Flynn continues. Oh, I think the shock of that is paled into insignificance given Christian's most recent revelations, she says, and her voice is low and husky. I shifted my seat. See, I also could not be having this conversation with him in the room because I couldn't be honest. And I'd be like, no, I need to talk to your therapist privately because I need to know two things. One, that I can ask anything I want, and two, that he's not giving me an answer designed not to piss you off. I want the truth, unglazed, unvarnished, so you out. I'm sure. So, Christian, what would you like to discuss? I shrug. Anastasia wanted to see you. Perhaps you should ask her. But Anna's staring at a box of tissues on the coffee table in front of her. Would you be more comfortable if Christian left us for a while? See, the therapist gets it. He's almost like getting a point there, but still no. Flynn asks her, What? Anna's eyes dart to me. Yes, she says. Fuck. But. Shit. I stand up. I'll be in the waiting room. Okay, you should have seen that one coming. Thank you, Christian, Flynn says. I give Anna a long look, trying to tell her I'm ready for this commitment that I want to make to her. Then I stalk out of the room, closing the door behind me. Flynn's receptionist, Janet, looks up, but I ignore her and wander into the waiting room, where I flop into one of the leather armchairs. What will they discuss? You, Gray, you. Closing my eyes, I lean back and try to relax. Blood thrums through my ears. A thump, thump, thump that's impossible to ignore. Find your happy place, Gray. Yeah, I'd probably go down the street for a bagel or something. I wouldn't just sit there and wait because that would drive me crazy. But I've been in this scene. I've both taken other people to my therapist and have gone with other people to their therapist. It's awkward, but it's doable. Believe it or not, I once actually offered once, just as a final nail in the coffin situation and to prove a point, to have family therapy with my father. This is many, 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 many years ago. And it was a terrible idea then. But I needed him out of my life and I needed to make a point first. So I told him that I would agree to go to therapy with him as a family thing so we could not despise each other. Not that he deserves redemption or anything or any place in my life, and I was already there, but I kind of did this as a final go away. So I gave him 3 criteria because we live quite far apart. So I said they had to be either in somewhere in Toronto. Toronto is huge, but it's the middle place between the two of us, pretty much equal. So I said they had to be close enough that we both could meet there in person because I don't like therapy by phone. It's lacking too much context and I need to see your face. So it had to be close enough that we could both get there in person. Had to be a family therapist, as in actually trained family therapist. And that he was not allowed to talk to this person without me ever. We had to be there at the same time always. Until later on, you get into single sessions, but that's later. So he sets a date and time, says he's got somebody booked. He's got like work insurance, whatever, that has a list of people, whatever. And said time comes around. I text that I'm ready because we're doing the first session by phone, which I'm already not okay with, but we'll give it a go. 45 minutes go by. Nothing. And I texted him like question marks like 3 times, like, what the hell? So after 45 minutes, my phone finally rings. I answer, and he's been talking to this therapist for 45 minutes about me already, without me. So I already broke that rule. And in less than 5 minutes, I find out this person that we're on the phone with is in Quebec. So nowhere close to either of us, could never meet in person. And breaking rule number 3, they're not a family therapist at all. So that was the end of that. I'm on the wrong page. I'm in the orchard with Elliot. Oh God, more of this. We're kids. We're running through the trees, laughing, picking apples, eating apples. Grandpa is watching us, laughing too. We're in a kayak with Mom. Dad and Mia are ahead of us. We're racing Dad. Elliot and I are paddling with all our 12-year-old fury. Mom is laughing. Mia splashes us with her paddle. Fuck, Elliot. We're on a hobby cat? HOBIE space cat. I don't know what this is. He has the tiller and we're flying the hull, tearing downwind across Lake Washington. Okay, so some kind of boat adjacent thing. Elliot whoops with joy as we trapeze over the side of the hull. We're wet, exhilarated, and fighting the wind. Does he mean a catamaran? I know what a catamaran is, but is it like called a hobby cat for short or something? I'm making love to Anna, breathing in her scent, kissing her throat, her breasts. My body responds. Fuck no. I open my eyes and stare at the utilitarian brass chandelier on the white ceiling and shift in my seat. What are they talking about? Is anyone surprised that he didn't like put a listening bug in her purse or something? Because I would not put it past him. I get up and start pacing, but I sit down again and leaf through one of the National Geographic magazines, the only publication that Flynn offers in his waiting room. I can't concentrate on any of the articles. Nice photographs, though. What do you bet they're the naked ones? I can't bear this. I pace once more, then sit down and check the address on the house that we're going to visit. And if Anna doesn't like what she hears from Flynn and doesn't want to see me again, I'll just have to get Andrea to cancel. I get up, and before I know what I'm doing, I'm outside, walking away from the conversation. The conversation about me. I walk 3 times around the block and return to Flynn's office. Janet says nothing as I stride past her, knock on the door, and enter. Oh wow, so not even waiting to be told come in. Which, especially at a therapist's office, that is one of the places you do not do that. Like doctor's office, lawyer's office, police interrogation room. These are places you don't just knock and walk in. Flynn gives me a benevolent smile. Welcome back, Christian, he says. I think time is up, John. Nearly, Christian. Join us. So now he's reached the point of pissed off and anxious that he's like, okay, enough, I can't take it anymore. I sit down beside Anna and place my hand on her knee. She gives nothing away, and that's frustrating. But she doesn't pull her knee out of my reach. Did you have any other questions, Anna? She shakes her head. Christian. Not today, John. It may be beneficial if you both come again. I'm sure Anna will have more questions. If that's what she wants. If that's what it takes. I clasp her hand and meet her eye. Okay? I ask gently. She nods and gives me a reassuring smile. The hope I hope to squeeze I hope the squeeze I give her hand lets her know how relieved I am. I turn to Flynn. How is she? I ask him, and he knows I'm referring to Layla. She'll get there, he says. Good. Keep me updated as to her progress. Which, by the way, without Layla's consent, which she is in no condition to give, Flynn should not be telling Christian absolutely fuck all about her treatment. I mean, not even acknowledging that Layla Williams exists or is under his care, because that is none of his goddamn business, and it doesn't matter that he's paying for it. It's still none of his business, and she is in no condition to consent, especially to him. Because of the Dom sub thing, she'll say yes to anything in regards to him, and that is where, like, most of her crazy is coming from, is him. So again, he should have nothing further to do with her. And I know to some that might sound cruel, but it is the right thing. He is the thing that makes her crazy. Oh no, Sarah. No, 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 no. Ow. It's okay if you're not chatty. I'm hoping I can keep you entertained because I'd be going out of my fucking mind. But yeah, flipping canoe bad. Please tell me you had a life jacket on. But yeah, hopefully we can take some of the edge off for you. I'm sure I'm not as good as morphine, but I'll try. But yeah, he should have absolutely, like, Flynn should not be telling him anything about Layla's care. He should have nothing to do with it. Like, if he wants to pay for it from a distance, fine, and that's nice. But he is the thing that drove her crazy. He is the thing she's obsessed with. He needs to have nothing further to do with her. And it's dangerous for her, for Layla, if she knows that he is still involved, because that's going to play on her delusions and fantasies and, like, keep her thinking, oh, maybe there's a chance that, you know, he'll come back to me and we'll be together and blah, blah, blah. Like, it's going to keep her crazy the longer he's involved. I turn to Anna. We should go and celebrate your promotion. Her shy nod is a relief. With my hand on her back, I escort Anna out of the office. I'm anxious to hear what was discussed. I need to know if he's put her off. How was that? I ask, aiming for nonchalance as we walk out onto the street. It was good. And I'm dying here, Anna. Again, says the quiet part says the important part in his head. In his head, not out loud. Say it out loud. Let her know what you're feeling. Have actual communication. Your son was with you too. Oh, yes, not losing your glasses. Very, very good. Very, very good. Because, yeah, I remember my mom losing her glasses a couple times. She used to freak. Though I was with somebody who is legally blind with her glasses. She had, like, the thickest lenses you've ever seen. And this is not that long ago. It's just the level of prescription she needed. They couldn't make them any thinner back then. So she had really thick lenses, and we were going ice skating, which she actually knew how to do. She'd grown up doing it. But it was an outdoor, like, self-made rink. It was not a professional rink. We were with a group of Girl Guides that we were both leaders on, and my poor friend makes it about 3 feet onto the ice, slips, legs fully in the air, comes slamming down on her back and the back of her head. The back of her head hit the ice with such a crack sound that, like, 20 other people that were skating all came to a halt and looked at her. And, like, 3 people called 911. A couple people came, like, running over thinking she was dead. Because, like, it made such a loud cracking sound. She was okay. Somehow. I was amazed she was still conscious. Because I thought for sure, at the minimum, she was going to be unconscious. Because it was so loud. But as we were helping her up, and like literally the Girl Guides immediately started grabbing chunks of icy snow and putting it on her head for an ice pack, which I thought was pretty ingenious of them, being like 8 years old. And we realized that due to kinetic force and the fact that she hit the back of her head, both of the lenses had popped out of her glasses. And like, even though she had coverage, she's on disability, it was still a pain because she could only get new glasses like every like 3 years, I think, fully new, and the lenses cost like over $1,200 each. And so we were like, oh my god, if you like where are they? But also, like, how much force does it take to pop the lenses out of both your glasses from hitting the back of your head? But I will say, props to the Girl Guides, because those girls went out there and they scoured that ice, because of course it's glass on ice in snow, and they found both of those lenses and brought them back to her, and they were like so proud of themselves, but also in that little kid shy way, and it was so cute. She definitely had a concussion. Like, we tried to make her go to the hospital, she wouldn't listen. I kept eyes on her for a couple days. We were living together at the time, so I kept a close watch on her. But yeah, she whacked herself a good one that day. I think that was the last time she tried to skate. Not that she didn't know how, she just took a fall. Like, she knew how. She grew up ice skating. Because in Toronto, there's like kind of the Toronto version of like in New York, they have Central Park. There's kind of a Toronto version of that that has an all-year skating rink. And she used to go for speech therapy at one of the hospitals in Toronto, and the skating rink was like right across the street. So her mom used to take her skating after, as like, because speech therapy was hard and it used to piss her off. So as kind of a reward for putting up with it, her mom would take her skating after. So she's a good skater. She just took a bad fall, and that was the end of that. But at least we were able to reassemble her glasses. She looks at me and I have no idea what she's thinking. It's unnerving and annoying. I scowl. Mr. Gray, please don't look at me that way. Under doctor's orders, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. That would be such a terrifying thing to hear from somebody. What does that mean? You'll see. Will she marry me or not? Her winsome smile doesn't give me any clues. Of course, we all know what's going to happen. Oh, email, why are you barking at me? I don't care about your stupid storage bullshit. Ugh. Nor do I care that you're updating whatever. Shut up. Like, why do email browsers think they have to update like every couple of years? Leave it alone. It works. Just be glad it works. You don't have to worry about like making it flashy. Of course, granted, I've been using Yahoo Mail since I was 12, so I don't like any other emails. Especially hate Outlook because it's so counterintuitive. And they don't label anything, and nothing is done in a linear, obvious way. Like, Outlook makes no sense to me. I've only ever used it for work, and I didn't like it then. Hell, she's not going to tell me. She's leaving me hanging. Get in the car, I snap and open her door. Yeah, this is the mood you want to be in to go looking at houses to try and entice her to marry you. Her phone rings and she gives me a wary look before answering. Hi, she says enthusiastically. Who is it? Jose, she mouths at me, answering my unspoken question. Sorry I haven't called you. Is it about tomorrow? She says to him. I would have been able to figure that out. Freaking hiccups! But without looking away from me. Well, I'm actually staying with Christian right now, and if you want to, he says you can stay at his place. Oh yes, he's delivering the stunning photographs of Anna, his love letters to her. Embrace her friends, Gray. Yeah, the guy that tried to essay her in the parking lot and you intervened and you hate his guts. Yeah, And then you bought his photos, and I'm still surprised he didn't demand that the gallery take them off the walls, and he didn't burn them in the parking lot in front of the guy. I still half expect that to be what he does tomorrow. Yes, fuck that guy. It would so be like a totally him thing to do. Also, what are you gonna do with them? Like, cause if I do not want like 6 foot tall paintings of myself on the walls where I live. That would be like seriously creepy. She frowns and turns away, crossing the sidewalk to lean against the building. Is she okay? I watch her carefully, waiting. Yes. Serious, she answers, her expression stern. What's serious? Yes, she responds, and then she scoffs, indignant. Of course I am. You could pick me up from work. I'll text you the address. 6. She grins. Cool. I'll see you then. She hangs up and walks back toward the car. How's your friend? I ask. He's well. He'll pick me up from work, and I think we'll go for a drink. Would you like to join us? You don't think he'll try anything? No. Okay. I hold up my hands. You hang out with your friend, and I'll see you later in the evening. See? I can be reasonable. When you have to point it out that you're being reasonable, which you're only partially being, you don't get brownie points for that. Because I shouldn't have to justify going out with a friend to you, ever. If you are in a relationship and you are having to make excuses for, justify, or hide going out with any of your friends, run. She purses her lips, amused, I think. Can I drive? I'd rather you didn't. She's never going to drive this car again. Why exactly? Because I don't like to be driven. You managed this morning, and you seem to tolerate Taylor driving you. I trust Taylor's driving implicitly. And not mine, she exclaims and puts her hands on her hips. Honestly, your control freakishness knows no bounds. I've been driving since I was 15. Okay, couple of points. Yes, he's a control freak in all things, so yes, that extends to driving. And he's a control freak because he feels constantly out of control, so he does things to feel in control. That's not news. And I'm somebody with car PTSD, so I'm also a terrible passenger with people who are either bad drivers or I don't know how well they drive. Once I'm like driven with somebody a couple times and I know they're a decent driver, I'm fine. But the first couple times I am stressed and anxious because I don't know if they are a menace on the road. And driving since you were 15 is absolutely no guarantee that you are not absolutely terrible as a driver. Okay, I say this coming from Canada, where we had a show called Canada's Worst Drivers that had 14 seasons, which I still watch fondly late at night. Let me tell you, there's a reason that every year when they put out the list of top 10 cities in the world, the whole world, top 10 cities of worst drivers, at least 3 Canadian cities regularly make that list, and we deserve it. We absolutely deserve it for a nation that it drives as much as we do, because Canada's really big and there's like big stretches of nothing everywhere, so you got to drive quite a lot to really get anywhere or just for day-to-day life. We are terrible drivers. Also, I hear people in the States complaining about like, oh, it's a 4-hour drive up to the cabin, so you got to go and like at least stay over for a couple nights to make it worth it. Honey, a 4-hour round trip drive is a day trip in Canada. You drive 4 hours to see the grandparents for 4 hours with the grandbabies, and then you drive 4 hours home. That's a normal day. That's not a weekend. Like I've had times where, because of the distance between where I was living and where my school was, because I was often in specialty programs, which means there's only one school that hosts it, and that school is wherever it is, and it doesn't matter where you live, you figure out how to get there. I've had 2.5-hour bus trips each way because that's just how it was. Like, I was like, when I was 9 and 10, no, was I 10? 9 and 10, yeah. I was in a carpool, thank God, because I was too young to take the bus. But my carpool used to pick me up at 7 a.m. And even though school didn't start until 8:45, I got picked up at 7 and I wouldn't get dropped off till 5 or 5:30 because I was the furthest and the school was in a different city and we had 6 other kids to pick up. I trust Taylor's driving implicitly, driving since I was 15. I shrug. I want to drive. Is this my car? Of course it's your car. Then give me the keys, please. I've driven it twice, and only to and from work. Now you're having all the fun. Yeah, why does he have her keys anyway? She folds her arms, standing firm, stubborn as ever. But you don't know where we're going. I'm sure you can enlighten me, Mr. Gray. Also, I'm sure a car this expensive has a fucking built-in GPS. You've done a great job so far. And just like that, she diffuses the moment. She's the most disarming person I've ever met. She won't answer me. She's left me hanging, and I want to live the rest of my life with her. Great job, eh? I asked through my smile. She flushes. Mostly yes. And her eyes are alight with amusement. Well, in that case, I hand her the keys and open the driver's door for her. I take a deep breath as she pulls into the traffic. Where are we going? She asks, and I have to remind myself she hasn't lived in Seattle long enough to know her way around. Continue along this street. You're not going to be more specific, she asks. I give her a slight smile. Tit for tat, baby. She narrows her eyes. At the light, turn right, I say. I so would not be tolerating this crap from him. I'd be like, no. I would pull over and literally park and take the keys out and be like, no. You're going to give me the address, we're going to program it into the GPS, and I'm going to listen to that and not you because we're not playing this game right now. Or I can drive us both home, your choice. Am I treating him like a child in this moment? Yes, because he's acting like a child in this moment. She stops rather too suddenly, throwing us both forward, then indicates and moves on. Steady, Anna. Her mouth sets in a grim line. Left here. Anna puts her foot down and we speed up the street. Hell, gently, Anna. Also, again, driving like an idiot to show your boyfriend you're pissed is a really stupid idea. I grab the dashboard. Slow down. She's going 38 through the neighborhood. Oh, I'm having to translate this to American, damn it. I don't know what the speed limits are. Because here she'd be, if they were in a residential area, that's totally speeding because residential is 25, but in the city it's 50. I don't know the speed limits in America, damn it. I don't know if she's speeding or not. It doesn't sound like speeding. I am slowing down, she shouts as she brakes. I sigh and get into the heart of what I want to talk about, trying and failing to sound casual. What did Flynn say? I told you. He said I should give you the benefit of the doubt. Anna signals to pull over. What are you doing? See? Letting you drive. Why? So I can look at you. I laugh. No, you wanted to drive. So you drive and I'll look at you. She turns to say something to me. Keep your eyes on the road, I shout. You just said she pulled over. She screeches to a halt just before a traffic light, releases her seatbelt and storms out of the car, slamming the door. See, this is what I would not be doing because I would have addressed this. Driving like an idiot and getting mad don't have no point. Call him out for being a jerk and put an end to it. What the hell? She stands on the sidewalk with arms crossed in what's both a defensive and combative pose, glaring at me. I scramble out after her. What are you doing? I ask, completely thrown. No, what are you doing? You can't park here. and point to the abandoned sub. I know that. So why have you? Because I've had it with you barking orders. Either you drive or you shut up about my driving. See? That's a very reasonable thing to say to him. That's my opinion. If I'm doing something and you're watching me do it, shut the fuck up. Do it yourself or shut the fuck up. The number of times I wanted to scream this at church. Because we used to have this thing, this church I went to for quite a while. They had 2 services. And so 38 through 38 is fast. Okay. So she's going fast. Thank you, Sarah Bellum. Thank you very much for telling me that. Because yeah, I don't drive, so I lack like driving reference in general, but definitely when it comes to America. But yeah, we were doing in between services because they would each be 2 hours, and then there was like a half hour to 40-minute break in between, and everybody go down to the basement. We'd have coffee and like cookies and shit. And everyone just mull because like some people only came to one service, some people stayed for 2, some people only came for the second one. So it was like good to have that transition time and everyone have a coffee or a tea and like some cookies. And so we would rotate. There would always be a couple women that would go down early and like make the coffee and like set it up and blah blah blah. And it was always different people, so it was always a little different. And one of my friends who'd been doing it a long time asked me if I wanted to help once. It was my first time ever doing it, and I just about beat her to death with a silver tray because every little fucking thing that I was doing, and she's a horribly abusive person and a complete nag, but everything I was doing, she was nitpicking and being like, oh, well, some people like it like this and some people like this. And I started just laying the cookies out on a tray. And she's like, no, you have to put napkins underneath. And I'm like, I've never seen anybody do that here. And she's like, yeah, but some of the older ladies think that's how it should be done. To which I wanted to say, I held my tongue because we were in church and I was trying not to get into a thing. But I wanted to be like, okay, then they can come down here and fucking do it. If I'm doing a thing, don't you fucking tell me I'm doing it wrong. I'm the one actually doing it. So shut the fuck up. And just be glad that there's cookies on a tray and the coffee is getting made. I don't give a flying fuck what somebody else's opinion of how it should be done is. Unless there is a written set of instructions with pictures on the wall of how it's supposed to look and everybody makes it look exactly the same, shut your fucking mouth. Because I'm the one here doing it and you're not. So shut the fuck up about how I am doing it. None of your goddamn business. Which eventually I did make that point to her in some fashion. But I think she realized I was literally about 2 seconds from actually throttling her with my bare hands. Right? Yes, if it's not a safety thing, let it be. And it wasn't, so, like, leave me alone. It's getting done. Lost my place. Anastasia, get back in the car before we get a ticket. No. I run my hands through my hair. What's gotten into her? You're being a dick! That's what's gotten into her. I look down at her. I'm at a loss. Her expression changes, softening. Damn it. Is she laughing at me? What? I ask. You. Oh, Anastasia, you're the most frustrating female on the planet. I throw my hands in the air. Fine, I'll drive. She grabs my jacket and tugs me against her body. No, you're the most frustrating man on the planet, Mr. Gray. How is she going from pissed off to sexy? This girl is damaged. Like, physically brain damaged. She looks up at me with guileless blue eyes that pull me under, and I'm drowning and I'm lost. Lost in a different way. I put my arms around her, holding her close. Maybe we're meant for each other then. She smells amazing. I should bottle this. I swear to God, E.L. James has some kind of scent fetish. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Soothing, sexy Anna. She hugs me hard and rests her cheek against my chest. Oh, Anna, Anna, Anna. I kiss her hair and hold her. It's weird. Embracing in the street. That's right, he has no experience with PDA. Can't really say I do either. Have I ever kissed anybody in public ever? Like, not family. Have I ever actually kissed anyone in public? I don't think so. No, I don't think I have. But I've had sex outside in a cemetery, so I'm not exactly, against it. It just never came up. Another first. No, a second. I held her on the street near a scala. She moves and I release her. And without saying a word, I open the passenger door and she gets in the car. At the wheel, I start the car and pull into traffic. There's a Van Morrison song playing over the sound system, and I hum along as we head towards the on-ramp for the I-5. If we'd gotten a ticket, the title of this car is still in your name, I tell her. Well, good thing I've been promoted. I can afford the fine. And I hide my amusement as we head north on I-5. Where are we going? She asks. It's a surprise. What else did Flynn say? He talked about FFS, FFFSTB or something. SFBT. It's the latest therapy option. You've tried others. Oh, I know what SFBT is. It's something behavioral therapy. Oh, fuck me. It's been too long since I've been in therapy. I don't remember. Fuck! What the hell is it? Damn it! I remember when EMDR was a thing. I was always hardcore against it. No matter how much it got pushed at me, which was a fucking lot. I didn't understand why therapists can't be told, yeah, I did my research on that. I know what it is. I know how it works. It's not for me. Stop asking, or I swear to God, I'll slam your head into your desk, which is how far I usually had to go to get them to shut the fuck up. And it wasn't even because they thought it would be helpful. It was just because it was the newest thing at the time, and they just wanted to try it like a new toy. And I'm like, well, just because it's a new thing and it works for some people doesn't mean it works for me. And when we would actually get into it, and I would really challenge them on, like, this is what it does. How does that apply to me? And how would that be helpful to me in my case with my issues? Total silence. And it's like, I shouldn't have to go that goddamn far to make you realize, like, therapy is not a one-size-fits-all. Just because there's a new shiny toy doesn't mean you use it with everybody. And also, when a patient tells you no, take that as a fucking answer. Therapists of all people should fucking know that. It's a wonder more people don't shoot their therapists, honest to God. Baby, I've been subjected to all of them. Cognitive, Freud, functionalism, Gestalt, behavioralism, you name it. Over the years, I've done it. See, that's damaging in and of itself. Because I've no doubt his parents put him in a ton of therapy, and they probably went through therapist after therapist when it didn't work, which is also incredibly traumatic and abusive in and of itself. And also, turning a child into a therapy guinea pig is never a good idea. Do you think this latest approach will help? What did Flynn say? He said not to dwell on your past. Focus on the future, on where you want to be. Which is not the worst advice, because you don't want to, like, live in the past forever. But you can't wholesale ignore it either, or the impact that it still has on your day-to-day life. Not that, again, you should dwell on that or indulge it. And yes, you should look to the future and try to focus on that, but you gotta be reasonable. You can't take it to a level of ignorance or pretending things didn't happen. I nod, but I don't understand why she hasn't accepted my proposal. Maybe because it's a big step. Maybe because getting married when you're 21 to a guy you've known for 3 weeks is kind of frightening. Or insane. Like, seriously, what would, or A, everybody's gonna think you got knocked up. Totally true. But B, people are gonna question your sanity. They're gonna question the motives for this marriage for eternity. Same goes for patients. Just because there's a fancy, less invasive way to do a surgery doesn't mean that's right. That's true. True. But this is where I put it to doctors, because if you are, as a doctor, you should be able to explain options to your patient. And if you really think that option, more invasive is the right way, you should be able to convey that in a way to convince them. However, most doctors are fucking shit at talking. Most of them are like really, really bad at communication, honestly. They're really bad at explaining themselves. They're really bad at explaining their decisions. They're horrific at answering questions because they're not used to being questioned. So I really think they need to teach a lot better communication skills in med school. Doctor shopping in the USA. That's right. I have to remember this is American. Fuck. I keep forgetting. Yeah, this is American, where if you have money, you can shop around until you find the opinion you want, basically. Like, I remember forever ago, who remembers Chris Angel? Who apparently is still a thing, I guess. He's got like a Vegas show or whatever now. But he had a TV show. And one thing I'll give him credit for, as much as he's apparently a douchebag and an egomaniac, one thing I'll give him credit for is he called out some of the bullshit that some quote unquote magicians will do or con artists will do, one of which was something called psychic surgery. And he actually he showed it off. He did it one time just to show like what it is and explain like why it's a con artist thing, but it makes people think that like they've really been like healed without real surgery. And out of desperation, I get why some people fall for things like that. But and that's why I give him points for like showing it off, being like, this is fake, it is bullshit. It's a scam, don't fall for it. It's not real. It's not really curing what's wrong with you. Don't believe it. Hello, big fat kitty who's contemplating jumping on my desk where he knows he's not supposed to be. Yes, I see you. Of course, now he's looking away, doing the what? I wasn't thinking about jumping on your desk. I wasn't going to do that. I totally wouldn't do that. I never do that when you're not looking. I never get on your desk when you're sleeping and leave my kitty fur all over it for you to find in the morning while I knock things over. That's where I want to be. Married. Perhaps he said something to discourage her. What else? I asked, trying to get an inkling of what he might have said to dissuade her. He talked about your fear of being touched, although he called it something else, and about your nightmares and your self-abhorrence. I turned to meet her gaze. Eyes on the road, Mr. Gray, she scolds. And, yeah, dude, you're driving. Please look where you're going. You were talking forever, Anastasia. What else did he say? He doesn't think you're a sadist. Really? Flynn and I have different views on this. He cannot step into my shoes. He doesn't really understand. Which makes him pretty shit at his job. Hannah continues. He says that term is not recognized in psychiatry. Not since the 90s. Okay, hold the phone. A, being a sadist is recognized in psychiatry, okay? I fucking know it is. And B, just because it's not a diagnosis doesn't mean that psychiatry thinks it doesn't exist. Okay, you know what was a diagnosis once upon a time? Being homosexual. That was a mental health diagnosis for which people could be institutionalized and quote unquote treated. And it's where conversion therapy comes from. That in some states you can still send your kid to Utah no matter where you live in the States. You can still send your kid to Utah because that's the last state that has these, conversion therapy camps that you can send your children to be abused and tortured at these camps to make them straight. But yeah, conversion therapy, I think it started in the 70s. I know all about it. I've known of it, and it's disgusting and it's abusive. And that used to be a recommended psychiatry thing. And if you want a good scene depicting it and you're not shy, American Horror Story Asylum. It's there. And Sarah Paulson deserved an Emmy for putting up with that scene. Because I have no doubt that it was very, very traumatic to her as an actual gay person. And I have no doubt that she knew exactly what it was before. And that had to be absolutely horrific for her to film. Your kitty is trying to get... I'll try getting the other cat by by stretching and unintentionally scoot closer. Yes, I have seen kitties do the "I'm not touching you" thing, where there's like 3 millimeters of space between them, and one of them wants to cuddle so bad, but the other one's like, "Who are you and why are you here?" Oh, my dog does that with the cat. Whenever the kitty comes to bed to join us, he'll immediately go over and see how close the cat will let him get because he wants to snuggle the kitty so bad. If Kitty's in a particularly good mood, Kitty will let the puppy wash his face. And Bo will immediately just lick his whole face and stick his tongue in the cat's ear and clean his ears for him. And the cat seems to think this is an appropriate use of the dog. And then he'll be like, okay, you can lay down precisely 1 foot away from me and I won't smack you with my claws out. That's about as close as he lets him get. Though sometimes if it's cold, like really cold, they will snuggle. And if Kitty's in a particularly good mood, he occasionally lets the puppy use his belly as a pillow. But mostly the cat is like, yeah, stay away from me, you. You stink and I don't like you. Unless you're bathing me or cleaning my ears, go away. Bo is just so desperate for the cat to love him. No, not cuddly, just like friendship. That's cute. It's good that they get along, like, well enough. As much as cats can. It's good that they like each other. They can be cute little evil things sometimes. Oh yes, and if you get to annoy another cat in the process, then you're really having a good day. It's like when I had my other dog, who was named Christian, not after this book. I had him before these books. But when there was something that needed barking at, Christian being the older dog, he knew that, if he barked too much, he got told off. So he would, whenever he heard something and wanted it barked at, he would just go, "Ruff," like under his breath, out of the side of his mouth. He would go, "Ruff," at Bo, the little dog that he's training, and Bo would go off like a siren. He'd do that machine gun bark of, and there was nothing I could say on planet Earth that would make him stop, because I'm not in charge of him. The older dog is in charge of him. And then Christian would just turn around and look at me like, what? I'm not doing it. You can't be mad at me. I'm not the one barking. It's like, you fucking brat. Oh, the older cat doesn't like him, and the younger one likes him until he plays too. Yeah. See, that's like children, though. They like each other until somebody gets hurt, and then, I hate you, you're stupid, you pulled my hair, mommy! Oh, kids and pets are great. There's not kids under 5 and pets. There's not a whole lot of difference sometimes. How they Flynn and I have differing opinions on this. He said you always think the worst of yourself. I know that's true. He also mentioned sexual sadism, but he said that was a lifestyle choice, not a psychiatric condition. Maybe that's what you're thinking about. I disagree that it's a lifestyle choice. I mean, it is, but it can definitely be as a result of psychiatric conditions. So, therapist was probably educated in the 80s, I would say. 70s or 80s, so yeah, he's really outdated. Hannah, you have no idea. He will never know the depths of my depravity. Yes, he hasn't told her that it's because they look like mommy yet. I think that's the thing. I think that's the one thing he hasn't told her yet. Or maybe there's something else. Maybe there's something in the book that's like not in the movies because they cut a lot out of the movies about the mommy shit, and they invented a lot. Like the him like going to her grave and like making peace. That's only in the movie. Apparently, in the book, he never like gets any closure or gets any better about that. Do we ever even learn his mom's actual name? I don't think we do, and he has to know it. So, like, so one talk with the good doctor and you're an expert. She sighs. Look, if you don't want to hear what he said, don't ask me, she says. Fair point, Miss Steele. Gray, stop hounding the girl. She turns her attention to passing cars. Damn. I want to know what you discussed. I say in a tone I hope sounds conciliatory. I leave I-5 and head west on Northwest 85th Street. He called me your lover. Did he now? Well, he's nothing if not fastidious about his terms. I think that's an accurate description, don't you? Did you think of your subs as lovers? Lovers. Layla, Susanna, Madison. Each of my submissives comes to mind. No, they were sexual partners. You're my only lover, and I want you to be more. How would you feel if you were dating somebody that said, yeah, I had 14 previous women that I thought of only as sex dolls and nothing else, and I treated them disgustingly and threw them away when I got bored with them or they got too clingy? Like, that's not going to make you want to put a ring on it. I know. I just need more time, Christian, to get my head around these last few days. I look over at her. Why didn't you say that earlier? Because somebody shot a gun at her yesterday? Maybe you should buy a clue? Like day before yesterday, but still, the point is valid. And then the thing with her boss and now promoted. I'm amazed she hasn't fainted, honestly. I'd be holding a bottle of wine with a straw in it. I can live with that. Of course I can give her some time. I'd wait until time stands still for her, says the guy who's not let her be alone for more than 6 hours since they met. And on the 2, possibly 3 occasions where she has outright said, I need some time, that has been the one thing that he has refused to give her. I mean, he followed her to Georgia, for Christ's sake, after like half a day. And that was before they were even in a relationship at all. I relax and enjoy the drive. We're in the suburbs of Seattle, heading west towards the Sound. I think I've timed this appointment just right and we'll catch the sunset over Puget Sound. Where are we going? She asks. Surprise. She gives me a curious smile and turns to take in our surroundings through the window. Wow, we are really flying through this tonight because it's just really short. We may actually get into the next chapter because, yeah, we're like, there is not a lot left to this chapter. I'm only 2 hours in and I don't want to have the world's shortest book club. Let me see, how many pages is the next chapter just so I can get a feel. Next chapter's short too. Yeah, we're only about 100 pages from the end. Alright, we'll go until an appropriate hour. We'll see. He gives me a curious smile and turns to take in our surroundings through the window. 10 minutes later, I spy the corded white metal gates that I recognize from the photographs I've seen online. I pull in at the bottom of an impressive driveway and punch the security code into the keypad. With a creaky groan, the heavy gates swing open. I glance at Anna. Will she like this place? What is it? She asks. An idea. I steer the Saab through the gates. The driveway is longer than I thought. To one side, there's an overgrown meadow. It's big enough to install a tennis court, or basketball court, or both. Hey bro, let's shoot some hoops. Elliot, I'm reading. Reading's not gonna get you laid. Fuck off. Hoops. Come on, man, he whines. Reluctantly, I abandon my tattered copy of Oliver Twist and follow him out of the yard. Okay, Oliver Twist is way too on the nose. I would have picked something, like, more obscure. Though I will say the musical Oliver was one of my favorite things ever growing up. In fact, I liked it so much. My grandfather made me a copy. He had it on VHS, and he made me a copy for my birthday once. And then, like, a couple years later, I watched it so much it wore out, and I cried, and my mom had to, like, phone him and say, like, send her another copy because she's crying. And he did, too. I bet I could still sing, like, every song from it with, a moment to get started. It's really good. I wonder if that's ever been upgraded to HD. Ooh, now I have to find this out. Is there a non-grainy 4K version of this? Of the musical of Oliver? I need to know this now. Because that would be awesome. Anna looks stunned as we arrive at the grand entrance portico and I park beside a BMW sedan. The house is sprawling and actually quite imposing from the outside. I cut the engine and Anna's baffled. Will you keep an open mind? I ask. She arches a brow. Christian, I've needed an open mind since the day I met you. Excuse me. And I can't disagree. She's right, as ever. The realtor is waiting inside the large vestibule. Mr. Gray. She greets me warmly and we shake hands. Miss Kelly. Olga Kelly. She announces to Anna. Anna Steele, she responds. The realtor steps aside. The house smells a little musty from what must be months of disuse, but I'm not here to look at the interior. Come. I direct Anna and take her hand. Having studied the floor plans at length, I know where I want to go and how to get there. Are they gonna fucking, like, somebody else's house? Because I've always considered that, like, impolite. I lead her away from the vestibule through an archway into the inner hallway, past a grand staircase and into what was once the main living area. There are several open French doors on the far side, which is great because the place needs airing. Tightening my hold on Anna's hand, I take her through the nearest door, onto the terrace outside. The view is every bit as arresting and dramatic as the photograph suggested. The sound in all its the sound in all its glory at dusk. Already there are lights twinkling from the distant shores of Bainbridge Island. It's got to be a real place. Where we sailed last weekend. And beyond that, the Olympic Peninsula. That one I've heard of. There's so much sky, and the sunset is astounding. Anna and I stand hand in hand and stare, enjoying the spectacular view. Her face is radiant. She loves it. She turns to look at me. You brought me here to admire the view? I nod. It's staggering, Christian, thank you, she says, and stares once more at the opal sky. How would you like to look at it for the rest of your life? My heart starts hammering. This is one hell of a pitch, Gray. Her face whips to mine. She's startled. I've always wanted to live on the coast, I explain. I sail up and down the Sound, coveting these houses. This place hasn't been on the market long. I want to buy it, demolish it, and build a new house for us. Her eyes grow impossibly large. It's just an idea, I whisper. She looks over her shoulder into the old living room. Why do you want to demolish it? She asks. I'd like to make a more sustainable home, using the latest ecological techniques. Elliot could build it. Elliot, who in this book series has been his brother, who has been downgraded from successful contractor and fellow business entrepreneur to skirt-chasing doofus who had to get out of town because a girl was, and I quote, all over his junk. And that's the only thing we've heard of him. He has not been heard of since then, and that was in the first retelling book. But now he can build a self-sustaining Echo Palace. Yeah, really. Can we look around the house? Sure, I shrug. Why does she want to look around? Because you're asking her to move there, you fucking idiot. Sometimes it makes sense for him to be stupid when it comes to relationships and emotional shit. This is him being stupid for no reason. I follow Anna and the realtor gives us a tour. Olga Kelly is in her element as she takes us through the numerous rooms describing the features of each. Why Anna wants to see the whole house is a mystery to me. As we file up the sweeping staircase, she turns to me. Couldn't you make the existing house more ecological and self-sustaining? This house? I'd have to ask Elliot. He's the expert in all this. Anna likes this house? Well, yeah, it's 1924. It's probably very beautiful. It's got character. And literally they don't build them like that anymore. I wouldn't want to tear it down. I mean, yeah, I'd want to make improvements. I definitely want to put some solar panels. Maybe do a green roof. That would be nice. Do a hanging gardens thing. That could be cool. But I'd be very reluctant to tear it down. It's probably Art Deco and really gorgeous. Keeping the house wasn't what I had in mind. The realtor takes us into the master suite. It has full height windows opening onto a balcony that looks out on the spectacular view. We both pause for a moment and stare at the darkening sky and the last traces of sun that can still be seen. It's a glorious vista. We wander through the rest of the bedrooms. There are many, and the last overlooks the front of the house. The realtor suggests the meadow might be a suitable place for a paddock or stables. The paddock would be where the meadow is now? Anna asks, looking dubious. Yes, the realtor replies. Back downstairs, we make our way through the terrace once more, and I rethink my plans. The house isn't what I had imagined. imagined living in, but it looks well built and solid enough. And with a comprehensive update, it could serve our needs. I glance at Anna. Who am I kidding? Wherever Anna is, that's my home. If this is what she wants. Outside on the terrace, I hold her. A lot to take in, I ask. She nods. I wanted to check that you liked it before I bought it. The view? I nod. I love the view. And I like the house that's here. You do? Christian, you had me at the meadow, she says with a shy smile. This means she's not leaving. Surely. I cup her face, my fingers in her hair, and pour all my gratitude into one kiss. Okay, dude, you need to, chill on so many levels. Because, oh my god. But can we also note their entire relationship has been him buying progressively, more expensive gifts for her? I mean, seriously, we started with the 3 first edition books, a laptop, a BlackBerry, 2 cars, and a job, a big promotion at her job, buying the entire company, and now buying a house in 3 weeks. And this is definitely all him, it's a form of, bribery. You know, when you tell your kid, okay, behave and I will buy you a toy from the dollar store later. You know, and you can see how that would be very enticing for a while. Thanks for letting us look around, I say to Miss Kelly. I'll be in touch. Thank you, Mr. Gray. Anna, she says, eagerly shaking hands with each of us. Anna likes it. My relief is palpable as we climb into the sub. Olga has switched on the external lights and the driveway is edged with winking lamps. The house is growing on me. It has a sprawling, grand quality to it. I'm sure Elliot can work his magic on the place and make it more ecologically sustainable. So, you're going to buy it? Anna asks when we're on our way back to Seattle. Freaking hiccups. Yes. You'll put a skull on the market. Why would I do that? To pay for... She stops. Trust me, I can afford it. Do you like being rich? I want to scoff. Yes. Show me someone who doesn't. He's got a point there. She chews her finger. Anastasia, you're going to have to learn to be rich too if you say yes. Wealth isn't something I've ever aspired to, Christian. I know. I love that about you. But then again, you've never been hungry. You don't know that. I would smack him in the face. You don't know that. You've known this girl for 3 goddamn weeks and you've never once, never, ever asked her about her life. Or growing up. Let's not forget, her mom was married to 5 different people, currently on husband number 5, while she was growing up. So she's had 5 different daddies growing up, and her actual father is dead. Died when she was 2. So you have no idea what she's been through growing up. She's been moved all over the place. Her mother's gone through ever-changing relationships. The times in between those relationships, I'm sure, weren't too great. So you don't know what she's been through. Don't assume. That is one thing that some people with a trauma history do, is assume that they are the only people that have ever suffered. And everyone else had a perfect life and they have this resentment towards everyone. And it's you don't know. You don't know what other people have been through. Don't ever, ever, ever assume. Just because I'm in a nice dress in a fancy ballroom which I've been there because I've had friends occasionally that came from a higher station in life than me, and I've been invited as the plus one in place of a date to some very fancy places and parties. And guess what? I didn't own those dresses I was wearing. Friend or friend's mom had connections and like basically rented it, which is great. Also, you have to be very, very careful when wearing a dress that you don't own because it's like a $6,000 Vera Wang dress, and you really hope you don't spill cocktail sauce on it. Did you know that dresses can have insurance? Because they can. I didn't know that, but they can. And, like, yeah, if you saw me with my hair all did and my makeup done, not by me either, these were done by professionals, and I actually looked, well, okay, I was about to say I looked straight. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm gonna die. But yes, I'm sorry, but makeup artists, when they do female makeup and it's so airbrushed, my first thought is always, oh my god, it looks straight. Because it's so not me. But I let it go for the night because that was the point. The point was to not look like me. And, like, it was like, okay, I'm going as a thing for a friend. So, like, and my friend knew, she knew I despised getting my hair done and getting makeup put on. It took like 3 goddamn hours, which is 2 hours and 45 minutes too long when it comes to doing hair and makeup for me. Combined 15 minutes on hair and makeup is me making a really serious effort. So 3 hours on hair and makeup. She knew I was dying, okay? But I put up with it for her because I was being a good friend. But holy fuck, did I look straight, and I hated it. I utterly, absolutely hated it. I didn't let it show, and I was like, and I recognized that, like, aesthetically, I looked gorgeous. I looked the same, but also I looked the same as every other woman there because we all had the same airbrushed, dead-eyed face on because there's only one makeup look and blah blah blah. But it was very not me. But that was the point. The point was to fit in at the thing, and I looked like I belonged at the thing, and that's the point. Anybody in that room, nobody knew that, I grew up spending years on the streets or that I was working as a prostitute at this time. Nobody knew that. I totally should have fished for clients while I was in the room. I didn't, out of respect to my friend's mom. She wouldn't have cared, but her mom, if it got back to her, that would have been bad. So I didn't fish for clients while in the room, but I should have. But to anybody else standing there, I just looked like another girl in a ball gown with hair and makeup and, who belonged there. Nobody would have known. So, like, don't judge people by, like, just because you see them in a good moment doesn't mean that's their life. In the periphery of my vision, I see her turn and look at me, but I can't make out her expression in the darkness. It's probably fuck you. That would be my expression. Where are we going? She asks. Then I know she's changing the subject. To celebrate. Celebrate what? The house? Have you forgotten already? Your acting editor role? Oh, yes. Where? Up high at my club. They'll be serving food at this hour, and I'm hungry. Your club? Yes, one of them. How many do you belong to? 3. Please don't ask me about them. Is one of them the... Oh, God, now I gotta remember this. Fuck. What is it? Oh, come on. Brain, don't fail me. Come on. SVU knowledge, don't fail me. Come on. Oh, it's the one with the guy that I thought was going to be picked up on the show, and I'm still sure this episode was supposed to be a backdoor pilot for something else that didn't get picked up. Oh, what is it? Oh, God, I gotta, hold on. If I don't search this, my brain's not gonna let me stop. What is it? SVU app. I can't spell this guy's name. It's the episode with Sarah Paulson. How is Sarah Paulson coming up twice in one evening? But it's the episode with Sarah Paulson in it. And there's somebody, what is the episode? Yes. Yes, okay. It was definitely supposed to be a spin-off. And it may have actually, because there was a Law & Order SVU UK, and this may have been the intro to it. I don't think they picked up this character, which they should have, because guy is hot as fuck. And again, I say that as a not straight person, but wow, would I do it with that just because he's dreamy to look at. Um, yes, the episode is called Shadow. What was the name? I need the dialogue. I need the quote. What do I Google to make it Google back at me correctly? SVU episode Shadow. Yes, I know what that episode. I know what the title is. That's not what I was asking. That's not what I'm asking. That's not what I'm asking. Yeah. Donatien. Yes, is the thank you Google. I'm amazed they actually got this, but they reference somebody they're investigating. The guy is casually saying like, I've been trying to track all his expenses, and he's a member of some very fancy clubs. One of them is called the Donatien Society, and it's like, let me see if I can actually find the whole quote for half a second. Oh, come on, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? It's got to be here. It's one of those like gotcha moments. It's here somewhere. Why are there so many quotes? Uh, yeah, it's the Donatien Society, and it's because it's the Donatien is one of the like 17 names that the Marquis de Sade had. A lot of people think the Marquis de Sade was not real. He was real. I believe his real name is Alphonse, but Alphonse Donatien, and then like 17 other names because he had a ton of titles. He was extremely wealthy, protected, titled nobility, and he was the original sadist. That is actually where the term sadism comes from. It comes from his name, Marquis de Sade, because he was a known sadist and torturer, as well as just like sexually, uh, shall we say, hyperdrive. Uh, and so that's where it comes from. And so they found out because they named their society the Donatien Society under one of his like, because the Marquis de Sade had about like 5 or 6 last names due to nobles inbreeding and marrying each other, and nobody wanted to give up the name, so they had these multi-hyphen names back then. And yeah, so one of his last names was Donatien, and so that's what they named their society after. But he didn't know it. Oh yes. It says, yeah, naming your secret society after the Marquis de Sade, Donatien Alphonse Francois. Yeah, that was the beginning of his name. Like I said, he had like 17 names. But yeah, so that's where the term sadism comes from, and it's like now I'm going. He's saying like, don't ask what clubs I'm in. What do we bet he's in the Donatien Society? What do we bet he's in at least one? He said he's in 3. So what do we bet that one of them is a BDSM society, which he's not giving up, by the way, which would totally be a place where, Doms would go and they might let each other discipline their subs or play around, or, he would at least be looking at other women naked and being tortured and or having sex, and I'm going to use that term to be polite. But yeah, what do we bet one of his club societies is that? And it's never going to get addressed in any of these, and he's never going to give it up, even when they get married. So that's where he's going to go to cheat on her. +1 to Google for figuring that out based on what I was typing. It did. Thank you so much, Google, for helping. private gentlemen's clubs. No women allowed. She teases, and I know she's laughing at me. Women allowed. At all of them. Especially one. A dominance haven. No, I haven't been for quite a while. I told you! I told you he had one! I told you! For him, it's probably like a shopping mall where he just goes to, like, look for new subs. He gives me an inquisitive look. What? I say. Nothing, she says. See, there should be a follow-up line. I doubt we'll get this, that where he's like given up his membership in that because now he's off the market kind of thing and he's not looking for any more subs because he's with her. That should be something we see him doing. That would be character growth, which is why we'll never see it again. I leave the car. With the valet and we travel up to the Mile High Club. There's a hell of a name. At the top of Columbia Tower. Our table isn't ready immediately, so we sit at the bar. Columbia Tower's a real thing, isn't it? Isn't that where Frasier lived? Am I confusing things? Because I was in Seattle, too. No, Frasier lived at the Elliott Bay Towers. Yeah, that was Elliott Bay Towers. But I think Columbia Tower maybe got mentioned. Because I've definitely heard of it. Okay, sorry, but my hair is like... Hi, Mark! Oh my god, I'm so glad you're here! Hi! I've missed you so much! How's it going? How's your summer? Are you doing a lot of racing? Are you having fun? I hope so. I know you only got a year left. Everybody cheer for Mark. He's almost a lawyer. He's like this close to being a lawyer, so everyone cheer for him. I'm so glad you're here! Well, being busy is fine. Being a sarcastic git is better. Dude, I don't think you've seen our ducks in a while. Look, we have a full panel of ducks. All our original 25 ducks. They're all here. And they all have names. We have new ducks. Okay, only the ones on the top half are available. The bottom ones need repainting because they're repeats. So I'm taking ideas for the bottom ones. They're in my Discord, in the book club page. If you want to throw out some suggestions on how to repaint the bottom half. But we have new ducks. Because all those are taken now. We still got our cups and option for chugging. That's still there. My hair will not settle down tonight. I'm so glad you're here. I'm so glad to see you. Pilot duck. There are more pilot ducks. There freaking are. There's like 2 or 3 in here that are some kind of pilot duck. One of them is getting repainted. There's like 2 pirate ducks in here that are getting repainted. Okay, I will try to make one of them into more of a pilot duck. There's definitely a couple, because some of them are just like a different color. I can totally make them into a pilot. Hey, dude, seriously, send me like a photo of you have my Discord. Send me a photo of like a standard British pilot. I swear to God, I will do my best to paint one of the unassigned ducks into pilot duck just for you. Because we totally could do that. That's totally an option. But yeah, there's some options in here of new ones. I don't think any of them are specifically a pilot yet, but we can totally make that happen. I now officially open the duck queue to customization requests. I will make you a custom duck if you want to sponsor it. I will still keep it at $10. I will customize the duck just for you and you can name it. But yeah, pilot duck's a good idea. We don't have a pilot duck. I have to remember, like, oh, I'm gonna have to paint like really tiny, like little wings, but I can totally do that. I have gold paint too. See, I have metallic gold paint. I can totally do that. I promise. I will paint really tiny little wings on the ducky's chest, so you know that it's a pilot duck. It'll have to be an RAF pilot duck. All right, I will do it. I will do it. I have like 0.01 brushes. I can do it. You send me a picture of the uniform. I will do my absolute best for you. I will make it happen. Yeah, we got I think 10 or 11 ducks that need repainting. Again, pictures are in the book club tab. If you scroll up a bit, they'll be there. They all need reassigning. So yeah, we could totally do that. We could go through all the armed forces. We could do that. You know, and I love all things British. So I don't mind if they're the British armed forces. You know what I should do with one of them? I should do RCMP duck. We don't have RCMP duck. I can totally do that. That would be cool. I need a little hat. Totally need a hat. But we could do our CMP duck. This is a thing. We could do a thing. This could be a thing. This could be great. See, now we're on a roll. Now we're getting things going. But you have just totally made my night by stopping by or like hanging with us for the rest of the night. You are an amazing person. I love you so much. Right, it can be anything you want, pilot duck. Whatever. You're a pilot. What is your like pilot uniform? You can send me a picture of your uniform and I will make it work. I will do my best to make it work. I can't promise it'll be as good as like Van Gogh or anything, but I will do my absolute best. So they're going to the Mile High Club in Columbia Tower, which has to be a real thing. Again, it has to be a real thing somehow. I'm sure it is. Cristal, ma'am. I hand Anna a glass of chilled champagne. Why, thank you, sir. She stresses the last word and bats her eyelashes at me. She moves her legs, drawing attention to them. Her dress is hiked up, exposing a little more of her thigh. Ooh la la. Are you flirting with me, Miss Steele? Yes, Mr. Gray, I am. What are you going to do about it? This is not something I would be saying to him in public. Ever. Oh, Anna, I love when you throw down the gauntlet. Again in his head. If he said half the things in his head, like out loud, they would have so much less relationship drama. I'm sure I can think of something, I murmur. Carmine, the maitre d', gives me a wave. Come, our table's ready. I step back and hold out my hand while she gracefully slips off the bar stool and I follow. Her ass looks great in this dress. Yeah, it's the dress. Ah, a wicked idea pops into my mind. Is it an under the table blowjob? Because that's the classic. Before she sits down at our table, I touch her elbow. Go and take your panties off, I whisper in her ear. Go. Now. The level at which I would like sit down and just pretend I hadn't even heard that. She inhales quickly, and I remember the last time she went pantyless, and how she turned the tables on me then. Maybe she will again. She gives me a hoity look, and without saying a word, hands me her glass of champagne and saunters to the ladies' restroom. Again, this is supposed to be post them having like any kind of BDSM relationship or him being controlling or his contract or follow my idiot rules, and yet he's still acting like it and she's still doing it. So what was the point of any of that? See, now I'm having thoughts of RAF pilot duck. I'm like, how I'm gonna paint this, but I'm totally gonna do it. I can have it ready. If you send me a picture, I can have it ready by next week. I know I can. I have a duck, I have paint, and I have paintbrushes. I can make it so. Star Trek! That's what I'm going to do with the 4 different colored ducks that didn't have a purpose. They're just different colors. I'm going to do Star Trek ducks. That's going to be awesome! I'm now terrified that they're going to look really crappy because I'm not that good of an artist, but I am that good of an artist, and I don't have any confidence in myself. We're totally doing Star Trek ducks. I'm going to come up with characters for the colors, and we're totally doing Star Trek ducks. I may add hair to some of them. Yes, that's what I'm going to do with the format. I couldn't think of what to do because I couldn't think of a group thing. And I wanted them to be a group thing. They're going to be Star Trek ducks. That's what we're going to do. That's going to work. I can totally make that work. Oh, I'm going to have to get out my Star Trek props. I have real Star Trek props. Some of them are signed. I have a working tricorder that makes the sound. And an original series phaser that splits into the two phasers. I have that somewhere. Okay, I kind of maybe know where they are. I'm totally going to find it. We're totally doing Star Trek ducks. Why didn't I think of that sooner? Dear God. What is wrong with me? I must be more sick than I realized. You know, it's the ear infection. It's like the pain and it's getting into my head. No, Star Trek ducks all the way. Absolutely. Totally going to happen. That's going to be a thing. There's even a blue one that's so going to be Spock. I don't know how I'm going to do the ears, but I'm going to do it. See, now it's a question of which Spock. Nimoy or Quinto? It's Nimoy, of course. It's Nimoy. That's the only answer. While I wait at the table, I scan the menu. It reminds me of our dinner at the private room at the Heathman. I summon the waiter and hope that Anna won't give me a hard time because I'm ordering her meal. Again, not something I would allow in a relationship, but... Can I help you, Mr. Gray? Please. A dozen Kumatos? Kumamotos to start. Does anybody know what this food is? Kumamotos. Apparently some kind of appetizer. If you know what it is, please let me know. To start. And then 2 orders of the sea bass with hollandaise sauce and sauteed potatoes. Wouldn't hollandaise sauce be like really rich and heavy on top of sea bass? Like sea bass is a really light, like not that flavorful fish. Maybe that's why the heavy cream sauce, but ew, cream sauce and fish? Like, I'm sorry, vichyssoise has never appealed to me, and this seems like hot vichyssoise. The potatoes I'll go for. And a side of asparagus. Take it or leave it. Very good, sir. Would you like anything from the wine list? Not right now. We'll stick to champagne. The waiter scuttles off, and Anna appears, a secret smile playing on her lips. Oh, Anna. She wants to play. But I'm not going to touch her. Yet. I want to drive her crazy. In other words, you want to make her say yes to you. Standing, I motion to the seat. Sit beside me. She slides in, and I join her, mindful not to sit too close. I've ordered for you. I hope you don't mind. I would exceptionally mind and be calling the waiter back to change my order. Even if I liked what he ordered on principle, I would do it if we were this early in dating, just to make the point. Careful not to touch her fingers with mine, I give her back her glass of champagne. She fidgets beside me, but takes a sip of the cristal. The waiter returns with the oysters on ice. Oh, apparently it's oysters. I think you liked oysters last time you tried them. Only time I tried them. Her breathing stalls. She's eager. Oh, Miss Steele, when will you learn? I tease, taking an oyster from the dish. I lift my hand from my thigh, and she leans back in anticipation of my touch. But I reach for some lemon. Learn what? She whispers as I squeeze lemon juice over the shellfish. Eat. I hold the shell up to her mouth. She parts her lips and rests the shell on her bottom lip. Tip your head back slowly. Okay, there's context in which this could be sexy, but right now I'm finding it gross. And not just because oysters are ew. Somebody tried to make me eat one once and I almost puked on a buffet, okay? It was this creepy old guy and he tried to literally force it in my mouth like this and I knew that I would puke because I don't do slimy or like disgusting things or things that are half alive when I eat them. And thank God somebody rescued me because I was about to vomit in the punch bowl. With a smoldering look, she does as she's told, and I tip the oyster into her mouth. She closes her eyes in appreciation, and I help myself to one. Another, I ask. She nods, and this time I add a little mignonette sauce. mignonette sauce. And I still don't touch her. She swallows and licks her lips. I would like to know what is in that sauce. Good. She nods. I feed her another, and then feed her one more. She says, and the sound resonates. Oh my god! The sound resonates the length of my cock! Is that better or worse than it's music to my dick as a line? It's better, but it's still terrible. And we have our first highlight of the evening. Nothing is broken. That's good. That's really, really good. Everyone clap for Cerebellum. She did not break herself falling out of a canoe. I'm glad that nothing is broken. I'm genuinely very, very, very glad for you. I'm sorry that you're like bruised and banged up, but at least you don't have to go through having a cast in the hottest part of the summer. So I'm counting half a win for not broken. I hope they still give you some really good painkillers. I don't mean to laugh, but I've been told the same. Yeah, you bruised the crap out of yourself. Yep. 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 Welcome to Ice Packs. Oh yeah, water. People think like water's so soft. No, you smack the surface of water, it smacks back. Damn, only one. They should give you like a couple weeks supply to go home so you can sleep. Because I remember being in insane pain, but I actually had broken myself. I just didn't know it. And yeah, muscle relaxers are good things, especially with bruises because they tend to just tense and hold it, and that just makes it worse. So yeah, muscle relaxer, good thing. Also, you're not driving for a while because you cannot take that shit and drive. But at least nothing's broken. Yeah, river rocks will beat the shit out of you. Rivers in general will beat the shit out of you. See, people got like no respect for the force of nature that is water and rivers and whitewater rapids, and that there's things that are not water under the water that will also beat the shit out of you. But I'm glad you're mostly okay. And I'm glad your kid is okay. Still like oysters, I ask as she swallows the final one. She nods again. Good. I place my hands on my thighs, flexing my fingers, and I'm gratified when she shifts beneath me. But as much as I want to, I refrain from touching her. The waiter tops off our champagne and clears our plates. Anna squeezes her thighs together and rubs her hands over them. I think I hear a frustrated sigh. Oh yes, because whenever he decides, she's just horny AF. I always wonder, like people say, like oysters and other things are aphrodisiacs. Is there any actual proof to any of that ever? Like I'm sure it's been studied. Is there any proof that eating these foods actually raises your libido or said hormones that cause horniness ever? Has this ever once been proven? Ever? Because I kind of think it's just marketing. Oh, baby, craving my touch. The waiter returns with our entrees. Anna eyes me with suspicious recognition as the food is placed on our table. A favorite of yours, Mr. Gray? Have they had this before? Because if it's got relevance, I don't know. Most definitely, Miss Steele, though I believe it was cod at the Heathman. I seem to remember we were in a private dining room then discussing contracts. Happy days. This time I hope I get to fuck you. I reach for my knife and she fidgets beside me. I take a bite of sea bass. Don't count on it, she mutters, and I know without looking she's pouting. Oh, playing hard to get, Miss Steele. Not if she's pouting. Okay, I'm sorry. If she was not acting sexual in any way and was sitting there like calmly and stoically, that's playing hard to get. Also, if she had sat across from him instead of beside him, that's playing hard to get. Right now, they're again turning her into some simpering weakling fool who is at his sexual mercy, and when he says take your panties off, she just melts into a near orgasm puddle and just desperately needs him to touch her so she can feel alive. It's disgusting. This is another scene where they're treating a woman as such a sexually craven creature, like she's like a nymph out of a storybook, that she's not a real person. Like, book is failing the Bechdel test so goddamn hard. Not that it doesn't, but now she's just a wanton slut who's willing to, like, have him bend her over the table in a restaurant because author says so, and author's a fucking idiot. Like, ew. All of the ew. And do not approve. Ugh. I reach for my knife and she fidgets beside me. I take a bite of sea bass. Don't count on it, she mutters, and I know without looking she's pouting. Oh, playing hard to get, Miss Steele. Excuse me. Speaking of contracts, she continues. The NDA. Tear it up. Excuse me. What? Really? Yes. You sure I'm not going to run to the Seattle Times with an expose? I laugh, knowing how shy she is. No, I trust. Freaking hiccups. I trust you. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. Well, that helps. I've definitely got some painting to do. But I can make that happen. I'm going to have to be sober. But I can make that happen. The crown's going to be tricky, but I can do it. I have all the false confidence in my skills right now. But I can make that happen. I bet I can even make a little like paper pilot's hat that I can paint and put on the duck. That can be a thing. There's nothing that says I can't add accoutrement to the ducks. I mean, I have to keep them separate so they don't get crushed in the bag, but... Okay, the really elaborate one you just sent me, the crown part, no. But what kind of bird is that? Because I know it's not an eagle. This is to Mark if you're still listening. That's not an eagle because you're not American. So what kind of bird is that? It's very pretty. It is an eagle? It really is? Okay, maybe it's just not how I'm used to seeing eagles depicted. I know we have eagles here, but like not where I live. Because they're usually like out west, but I don't know. Maybe Americans just like depict them as being more badass looking than they are. Because that actually looks really graceful and quite beautiful. So it is an eagle. Like, did the Americans take that from the British, or like why do you both have an eagle as a thing? Also, I still stand with Benjamin Franklin, who wanted the national bird of America to be the turkey. I still think he was right about that. There is some science to suggest it may help with the veto, but further studies are needed. Oysters are high in zinc. See, if you said they are high in like iron or vitamin B, that's something you pop before you want to have a really good fuck session. That or some espresso. I'm quoting Christian Troy from Nip Tuck while he was counseling his friend's underage son on what to do to indulge in a threesome. And one of the things I will always remember is he said, quote, start chugging your B vitamins because it's exhausting shit satisfying two women. Not at all trying to dissuade him. And it turned into a disaster. But I also think that Christian Troy from the show Nip Tuck, played by Julian McMahon, who passed away like last week, and I cried. Oh, I couldn't believe it. He was like 56 years old. Julian McMahon of Charmed and Nip Tuck, and played Doctor Doom in the Bryan Singer 2000s Fantastic Four movies. He was Doctor Doom. I loved him so much in so many things. I couldn't believe that he was gone. I literally cried. I actually cried for a minute. Like, I couldn't believe it. You just felt like it. Was it one of these? Was it a fuck you to somebody? Because it's not the national bird of Britain. Does Britain have a national bird? Like most countries have a national everything. So, what is the national bird of Britain and or the UK? Are those two different things? Do they have two different national birds, or is it one now? Did they have to argue when it became one thing? Because like I'm pretty sure the national animal of Scotland is the unicorn. A friend of mine, legitly, it came up on the late night. Which has anybody heard about them canceling the Stephen Colbert show and how politically bullshit that is? It's happened, and I predict he lands on HBO next to John Oliver, and I hope so. Highest rated show on the network, and they're like, oh, financial difficulties. No, fuck you. You sold him as part of your goddamn deal where you're paying Trump $16 million for no goddamn fucking reason. But Paramount has decided they're done being a company and they want to be sold to Skydance, and Trump has to approve that. So, like, they paid him $16 million for I don't know what the fuck. And as part of that agreement, agreed to cancel Stephen Colbert because he's critical of Trump and has been from day one. True fact, if you go back to his first ever show, I'm not even kidding, not only is a guy who was outed in a sexual assault scandal sitting in the front row, Les Moonves, I think was his name. He was the head of the network. He was outed in one of those Me Too scandals. But they actually, true fact, go back and watch the first show because he says it. They moved the premiere of The Late Show with Stephen Colbert up by a month and made him come in a month early when Trump announced in 2016, or was it 2015, that he was running for president, and they moved his show premiere up by a month because they were so sure that Trump would be thrown out of the race as a laughingstock so quickly that they were afraid if they didn't move up the premiere of the show, they would miss the opportunity to make fun of him. And he says that in his first ever episode, that they moved up the premiere date because they were afraid of missing out on making fun of Donald Trump. And then he continued to do so for the next 10 years. While being the highest rated show ever on the network. And continues to be to this day. But they're canceling him after next season. Which, by the way, also means they just gave him carte blanche for the next 10 months to say whatever the fuck he wants because he's already canceled. It's kind of like when the president gets to be president for 3 months after being voted out of office, and that makes no goddamn sense because we don't do that here in Canada. If you're the prime minister and you get voted out, you move out of the prime minister's residence that evening. You're done. Your power ends like that day. You don't get 3 months to screw over the next guy. Is that actually true? I don't know if that's true. It might be true. I'm aware that whales have dragons. I know that. Whales have dragons. That's true. I've seen it on their coat of arms. Also, yay for dragons. Just all things. Dragons. Yay. I definitely feel like turkey should have been the national bird of America, though, because now more than ever, it would make perfect sense. But yeah, I had a friend who were watching the late night, and they were making jokes about the turkey pardoning, because this is something that America does. The president pardons a turkey, or usually two. Somehow it became two over the years. The president pardons, and it's like it's a ceremonial thing, but it's a joke thing. Of the president pardons two turkeys to save them from the mass slaughter of Thanksgiving. And it's a big yay America moment. And a friend of mine, even though I told her about this for years, until we watched it on the Late Show, because she couldn't watch it because her son was too young, so she used to watch it here. And I put it on, and I was like, she's like, wait, that's a real, because they showed footage from it of Trump doing it. And she was like, wait, that's a real thing? I was like, yes, the pardoning of the turkeys is a real thing. And then I had to explain that they pardon turkeys who stay at the Waldorf Hotel. Those turkeys get a room at the fucking Waldorf Hotel, one of the most expensive hotels in the world, the night before. And she was just like, oh my God. Like they pardoned a turkey. What the hell? How are you the most powerful nation on earth when you do stupid shit like this of pardoning a turkey? But for like years, she had not believed me that it was real. She thought I was just making it up to be funny. I'm like, no, it's real. They really pardoned the turkeys. It's a real thing. Unicorns back then were closer in appearance to goats than horses. That's why an old coat of arms, a Scottish unicorn, looks like a goat with two horns rather than the modern unicorn. Oh, that's cool. Because I've also heard that unicorns come from narwhals as well. It's true about the swans. Think about Franklin wanting the turkey is a myth, though. He is actually throwing shade at the dodgy drawing of an eagle, saying it looked more like a turkey. Is that true? Is that actually true? Because I totally want it to not be true, because I think it's really funny that the national bird was almost the turkey, because that would make a lot more sense and it would be funny. It's true? Oh, that's sad. I'm not going to stop saying it, though, because it's funny. I will say 15-minute warning if anyone wants to donate to make me chug. 15-minute warning. You have 15 minutes if you want to donate enough to make me refill this glass and chug it. Because after that, it's too close to the cutoff time for you to see how wasted I can get by chugging a glass very quickly, which I've gotten better at. I'm getting better at it. But yeah, you got about 15 minutes if you want to do that. No cups and ducks still available. Yeah, that's probably why. Because some things, even though like people know they're not true, like they said like the thing about Washington having wooden teeth, which is not true. I think in reality it was like cow teeth or something. I don't remember, but I know it wasn't wooden teeth. But that's one of those things that still goes around. There's so many things like that like don't exist or weren't true, but I think I read somewhere like something like 85% of Abraham Lincoln quotes are like false. People just assign things to him having said them because he was like such a great president or he's so iconic, and but like most of it is not true. What? Okay, are you drunk? Because I need reference for this. I've never heard of this. I have never ever heard of this. Help. Is this a British thing? Is this okay? Are we ascribing this myth to Britain or America? I need context. I've never heard of this. I'm guessing it's a British thing because you're using the word helmet. But what the actual fuck, Mark? I'm gonna need you to fill in some blanks here, because same with the myth that pregnant women can pee in a policeman's helmet on request. Yeah, I need some context on that, please. What is going on? Is this real or are you making fun? Was this on an episode of Call the Midwife? Like, what? Is this real or you're making this up? Thank you, Sarah Bellum, for joining in. It has to be British because I've never heard of it. Yes, it's the one American in the room right now. We've got here's a joke. A Canadian, a British, and an American walk into a book club reading bad fan fiction. I wish I was drunk, lol. Yeah, that's been circulated as an actual law in the UK, but it was never a thing. Oh my god! That sounds like something that started as like a bad joke in a bar and then just went like viral by word of mouth, and like some people believed it, and it's one of those like old wives' tales that refuses to die. Like, oh my god, I've never heard of this. I have a friend I'm so asking about that tomorrow, who is also British and older than you, significantly older than you, like 30 years older than you. So I'm totally gonna ask him if he's ever known about this tomorrow, because he's asleep right now, because I know how late it is there. But I'm so asking him about that in the morning. If he's ever heard about that, because he's definitely old enough to have heard about it. But oh my god. Like, and just also why? Like, are we saying like out of emergency or necessity? I'm sorry, but what is wrong with just like peeing in an alley? Or like if you're near the river, just peeing in the river? What? Why would you? Why specifically a policeman's helmet? Was it a political thing? Did it start as like a political joke of like fuck you somehow or something? What? I need so much more context. Just like the law that it's illegal to kill a Scotsman in New York. What? Also, it's never been a thing. Murder's always been illegal. Yeah, that was going to be my answer. Like, it doesn't matter who it is or where it is. Murder is murder. How is that? Why would it be illegal to kill someone in some place? Murder is murder. Do you have a class in law school that's like stupid laws people think are real but aren't? Is that a class? Because it should be. It could be. Also, I swear to God, this side of my face looks swollen, which is making me really concerned because this is the ear that's been playing up for 3 weeks. And they said, like, the infection can spread into your jaw, and I've been having pain. And, like, now I'm concerned because my face is looking swollen. An idiot doctor said it was nothing, but I don't feel like it's nothing. And now half my face looks fucking swollen. Like, I do not want to wind up having to go to the ER because I will murder somebody. Also, the only ER near to me is the one that let my bad history. I'm not getting into a bad history. Exceptionally bad history. 20 years of bad history. Peeing in an alley is also illegal. It just became a myth that policemen were required to give pregnant women his helmet to pee in if there was no toilet to spare her modesty. Honest to God, peeing in an alley would feel more modest to me than peeing in a policeman's fucking helmet. Like, I'm sure peeing in an alleyway is illegal here as well because it's public urination. Which, why we have laws against that, I don't fucking know. Other than puritanical religious bullshit. Because as long as nobody sees you, I don't really give a flying. But yeah, peeing in an alley technically is illegal here as well. Legal, not illegal. Peeing in an alley is legal in the UK? Yeah, it should be, because, like, who are you fucking hurting? As long as nobody sees it, like, you know, you're not doing it in front of a kindergarten class, like, who cares? There's a myth that it's fine to kill a Scotsman in New York under certain circumstances. It goes back to the days of Scottish Wars of Independence. But it's all okay. So that's like a war political rumor, because, like, during war, like, both sides tend to engage in misinformation campaigns and, like, political cartoons. Like, there's an episode of MASH, famously, where a bomb drops in camp, and then when it eventually goes off, it's filled with leaflets saying, like, MacArthur is a liar, MacArthur is a traitor, MacArthur's sleeping with your wife, and it was a propaganda bomb, and that's what it was. So this sounds like propaganda back in the day. No, not being the killing of a Scotsman. Okay, thank you. But yeah, there's a lot of, like, misinformation propaganda crap that happens in war, and I guess sometimes it just never goes away. I guess sometimes people just believe it, and it just stays and gets handed down, and, you know, some people will believe anything. It's true. It's sad, but it's true. Peeing is illegal regardless, not just because you may be seen, but because you're in damages buildings. I actually remember that because I was watching an episode of one of the British. I think it actually was 999. What's your emergency? Or one of the similar, or maybe ambulance 999 or something. One of those. One of the British, like, follows emergency services shows, and they actually find somebody who was peeing against, like, a 400-year-old church. And they made a point of saying, like, no, like, people peeing on these buildings causes so much damage. Like, it erodes the foundations, it degrades the stones, it's a big problem. And that's why it is, like, a seriously finable offense, because it is destroying these buildings. And I applauded them for making the point of it and, like, getting that out in a way to the public of being like, hey, this is why this is a thing, because it does do real damage to real property that we're trying to keep around because it's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's historical. We would like to keep, here for further generations. So, excuse me. Please don't pee on it. Excuse me. Hiccups. Like the Taj Mahal in India, not from peeing, but from sun damage, because it's made out of marble, and the sun is basically eroding it by drying it out. They're desperately trying to preserve that, but I think it'll be gone in 50 years. It'll just crumble at some point, which is sad because it's beautiful and it's one of the wonders of the world for a reason. And it is something people should see just for cultural reasons and the history of it. And the fact that it was built as a monument of love, because that's where it comes from. The Sultan built it for his wife as a testament to how much he loved her, which is so wonderful of a story, but it is just being eroded from like wind and sand and time and sun, and that's very sad. But there's like a really poetic justice to it as well, which is also sad. But they're trying everything they can to protect it and preserve it. They're really trying, and I applaud them for that. It might have been. Yeah, it's old. All those shows are like old, yeah. I haven't seen all of them, so when I find them online, yeah, I kind of just dig in. Because most of them are Channel 4, and I can't download Channel 4 because they're fucking uptight assholes. But when their shit gets inevitably posted online by somebody, the rare occasion I can find it, yeah. Yeah, I love all those shows. Where were we? Right, most of them end up on YouTube anyway, so just like this is why channels trying to hold on to content from like 10, 15 years ago. Let it go. You made your money. You made your money when it aired, and if you post it on your own YouTube channel, you can make money off it again now. So stop putting out copyright claims, stop other people from posting it. Do it yourself, make the couple bucks you can off it now. It's 15-year-old content that you're recycling and you're still making money off it. Why are you trying to prevent people from seeing this? What's the point now? Like, why bother? Like, there's no reason to keep it in a vault anymore. I place my hands on her thighs, flexing my fingers, and I'm gratified when she shifts beside me. But as much as I want to, I refrain from touching her. The waiter tops off our champagne and clears our plates. Anna squeezes her thighs together and rubs her hands over them. I think I hear a frustrated sigh. Oh, baby. Oh, wait. I already read this. I'm behind. Ugh. I'm blaming wine. Tear up the NDA. No, I trust you. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. Ditto, she says. I'm very glad you're wearing a dress. Why haven't you touched me then? Missing my touch, I tease. Yes, she exclaims. Eat. You're not going to touch me, are you? No. I hide my amusement. See, this is him still pulling his Dom bullshit even though he said he would stop. He's mad that she hasn't agreed to marry him, so he's punishing her by withdrawing his affection. He's also playing, again, these dominant submissive games, and I just heard a puppy wake up, so he's going to be over here in a minute. She looks outraged. Just imagine how you'll feel when we're home, I add. I can't wait to get you home. It'll be your fault if I can bust here on the 76th floor. She sounds pissed. Oh, Anna, we'd find a way to put the fire out. She narrows her eyes and takes a bite of her supper. The sea bass is delicious, and I'm hungry. She wiggles in her seat and her dress rides up a little, exposing more of her skin. She takes another bite, then puts down her knife and runs her hand up the inside of her thigh. Her fingertips drumming as she does. She's toying with me. I know what you're doing. I know that you know, Mr. Gray, that's the point. She takes an asparagus stalk between her fingers and with a sideways glance at me, dips the asparagus into the hollandaise sauce and swirls it around and around. You're not turning the tables on me, Miss Steele. I take the asparagus from her. Open your mouth! Wow, would I be throwing a drink in his face. She opens her mouth and runs her tongue across her bottom lip. They're in public, by the way. Very, 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 very in public. Where's the puppy? I hear him. Bo! Bo! Oh, maybe he went back to sleep. I heard ears clapping. Tempting, Miss Steele. Very tempting. Wider. I command. Fuck you, there's your command. And she bites her bottom lip but complies, easing the stalk into her mouth and sucking. They're in public! They're in public doing this! And also, ew! Like, girl, this is not sexy. This is debasing. This is humiliating. This is disgusting. Fuck. It might as well be my cock. Yeah, we all got the fucking symbolism, you fucking juvenile idiot. She moans quietly and takes a bite and reaches for me. If she gets under the table, I reserve the right to bomb it. I stop her with my other hand. Oh, no you don't, Miss Steele. I brush my lips across her knuckles. Don't touch, I scold and place her hand on her knee. You don't play fair. He shouldn't be playing any games at all because this is, again, after they've agreed to have a vanilla relationship and he's still playing these dom-sub games. She just doesn't know that. But he's being abusive and very cruel right now because she didn't answer him about what did my therapist say to you and will you marry me in equal measure. So he's punishing her sexually right now. And she's too young and stupid, and willing to tolerate his abuse to realize it. I know. I raise my champagne glass. Congratulations on your promotion, Miss Steele. We clink glasses. Yes, kind of unexpected, she says, looking a little discouraged. Does she doubt herself? I hope not. Well, she was in college, like 3 weeks ago, and now she's editor-in-chief, having taken the job of a guy who tried to sexually harass her. Well, everyone at work knows that he bought the company and they're about to be engaged, so yeah. She doesn't deserve it and everyone knows it, and she's not qualified. At all. Eat. I changed the subject. I'm not taking you home until you've finished your meal, and then we can really celebrate. I'm not hungry. Not for food. Anna, so easily distracted. Yeah, 'cause she's stupid. Eat, or I'll put you across my knee. Right here, and we'll entertain the other diners. See, that right there is like grounds for divorce. That's going in the highlight list. I can't let it go. That is too bad. We've got about 6 or 7 pages left. She shifts in her seat, making me think a spanking might be welcome, but her pursed lips tell a different story. Picking up an asparagus stalk, I dip the head into the hollandaise. Eat this, I tempt her. She does, keeping her eyes on me. Again, so, like, if you saw people doing this in a restaurant, like, Jesus Christ. You really don't eat enough. You've lost weight since I've known you. Okay, let's go back to this. I just want to go home and make love. Said no. It's so gross. I grin. So do I. And we will. Eat up. She sighs as if in defeat and starts tucking into her food. I follow her example. Have you heard from your friend? I ask. Which one? The guy staying in your apartment. Oh, Ethan. Not since he took Mia out for lunch. I'm doing some work with his and Kate's father. Oh? Yes. Kavanaugh seems like a solid guy. He's always been good to me, she answers, and my earlier thoughts about a hostile takeover of Kavanaugh's business recede. Yeah, it's good to make business decisions based on who you're fucking. That's economics 101. She finishes her supper and places her knife and fork on her plate. Good girl! Now I have to play with fire! You know, I'm glad for this, though, because last week we didn't get fire. Now I have an excuse to play with fire, which we will do as soon as I've read the backside of this page so I don't destroy it before I get there, but momentarily we will play with fire. So get your screen grabs ready. What now? She asks, her expression needy. Now we leave. Excuse me. I believe you have certain expectations, Miss Steele, which I intend to fulfill to the best of my ability. The best of your ability? She stutters. I grin and stand up. Don't we have to pay? I'm a member here. I'm a member here. They'll bill me. Come, Anastasia. After you. I've never heard of a club where if you like dined in person, you didn't also have to pay at the time. I mean, I suppose you could be like, yeah, just add it to my bill. I'll pay at the end of the month or whatever. Maybe some clubs are like that. I don't know. I've only ever dined at one club, and it was literally because like the lawyers I was meeting with were both a member there, and it was a club that I was only allowed in because I'm female. It was a club that did not allow female members, but they allowed female guests, which had me fucking livid. And I told my lawyer to rebook it to a less sexist place. And he basically said, "Well, the other side set this meeting, so I can't tell them to move it. So shut up and deal with it." To which I said, "Fuck you." They still ended up going. Excellent lunch though, really good food, but I still hated the place. And it's over 100 years old, but it's still there, and they still don't allow women members to this day, as far as I know. It's an old school lawyers club, and I was like, why would you take a client, especially me, who is gay and a feminist, and why would you allow them to book a meeting in this place where I'm going to feel disgusted and disrespected the entire time? Like, I don't care that the other side set the meeting. That doesn't mean they get to take me to a place where I'm not welcome. So I was really pissed at him for not moving it when I told him to. But then I became more pissed at him for other things, like throwing away a $2 million case because he was too fucking ignorant. A step aside, Nana gets up from the table and pauses beside me to smooth her dress down over her thighs. I can't wait to get you home. I follow her out of the restaurant and stop to talk to the maitre d'. Thanks, Carmine. Superb as always. You're welcome, Mr. Gray. And you can call down. And can you call down to have the car brought to the front? No problem. Good night. As we get in the elevator, I take Anna's elbow and steer her towards the far corner. I stand behind and watch the other couples get in. Hell. Link, Elena's ex, joins us wearing a shit brown suit. What an asshole. Oh, so just randomly his former abusive dominatrix's ex-husband just happens to be there. Is anyone not buying this? Cray, he acknowledges me. I nod, and I'm relieved when he turns around. The fact that he's here, only inches away, makes what I'm about to do even more exciting. He's about to finger her in the elevator and behind everyone because he's like, this is the problem though. She is not an exhibitionist like he is. So this is just abusive when he does it to her, but she doesn't know any better or know how to like knee him in the balls and tell him to stop. As the doors close, I kneel quickly, pretending to do up my shoelace. I place my hand around Anna's ankles, and as I stand, I skim my hand up her calf, past her knee, her thigh, to her ass. Her naked ass. How would her dress not be catching on his wrist and riding up so she's like completely half naked in front of everybody? She's not wearing panties because he made her take those off. She tenses, and I slide my left arm around her waist and pull her to me while my fingers skate down her ass to her sex. The elevator stops on another floor, and we shuffle back as one to let more people on board. Because what? Like, the 5 people in this elevator aren't going to notice this? Like, there's suspension of disbelief, but this is bullshit. I don't care they're in the back of the elevator. Somebody's going to notice. His hand is up her fucking skirt, and her skirt is around her waist, and he's fingering her in the elevator in front of everybody. There's no way in hell you get away with this. Also, elevators have cameras, douchebag. For a guy like so concerned about his sex life not becoming public, he has this weird elevator voyeurism fetish. Elevators have cameras. A lot of them. And this is just abusive. Because she's not okay with this. She's never been okay with this. And again, he's not asking for consent. He's just doing it. And he's publicly humiliating her because he's mad that she won't answer him. Like, this is so abusive. But I'm not interested in them. Slowly, I brush her clitoris. Once, twice, thrice. And then move my fingers back into her heat. So he's full on fingering her in an elevator. Well, she's not wearing panties and in a dress, and we're supposed to believe nobody is noticing. Nobody is noticing what he's doing. Always so ready, Miss Steele, I whisper as I inch my middle finger inside her. I hear her faint gasp. Keep still and quiet, I warn, so only she can hear me. I get you're in an elevator. Everybody fucking heard you. Slowly, I move my finger in and out, on and on, as my excitement goes. Yes! Yes, Cerebellum, you are right. Thank you for pointing that out. Yes, there is the three-peat again, because E.L. James, in this latter half, has gotten into, like, repeating things 3 times, because it's like wishes with a genie. If you say it 3 times, then it happens, and nobody notices this complete bullshit. Because if you did this in real life, you'd be arrested immediately, and everybody would notice. Also, I would fucking murder anybody trying to do this in the elevator. I would make a very public show of, get your hands the fuck off me. And I say that as somebody who has had sex in broad daylight in a cemetery behind a really large statue that was under renovation. That was not in public. I mean, it was in public, but not like this. There was nobody around, okay? Nobody saw us. That was when I was young and stupid and sleeping with men to make them say I love you, which after doing it 3 times, I realized that doesn't work, and then didn't sleep with anyone for like 10 plus years. Or sleep with men, like, ever again in that way. You know, for business, profit, and pleasure, yes, but not in a, you know, come take me because I'm female way. That never happened again. And they were all one and done. They were one and I never want to know you again, level none. That guy did call me back, though. He was the first guy I ever had to shoot down. Make it clear that it was like a one-time encounter that was never going to happen again, but thank you for trying. Slowly, I move my finger in and out, on and on as my excitement grows. She grabs the arm I have around her waist and she squeezes, holding on. Her breathing accelerates, and I know she's trying to keep quiet as I silently torment her with my fingers. I'm pretty sure sexual assault is more the word you're looking for there. The sway of the elevator as it stops to pick up more passengers adds to the rhythm. She sags against me, then pushes her ass against my hand, wanting more. Faster. Okay, what did he drug her with at dinner? He put something in the sauce that I didn't know, or in the champagne, because she went to the bathroom, so he had time to put something in the champagne. Because anytime she's this horny and wanton out of nowhere, which is always out of nowhere, he's definitely drugged her. Oh, my greedy, greedy girl. Fuck you forever. We're never going to get a flashback of Elena, like, just pegging him, hardcore railing him, are we? Because I need that so bad, and it's just never going to happen. Hush, I breathe and nuzzle her hair. I ease a second finger inside her and continue to pump them in and out. She tips her head back against my chest, exposing her throat. I want to kiss her, but that would draw too much attention to what we're doing! What the actual fuck? No! You fucking pig! That, you kissing her! That would draw too much attention! But you're fingering her in an elevator full of people! That's not too much attention! You kissing her would be too much attention! You fucking ass clown! You fucking rapist pig! You kissing the woman you've been shown in the papers with that, like, at least 30 people at SIP know you're about to be engaged to and are fucking. That would draw too much attention. But you're fingering her in an elevator full of people and that's not drawing any attention? What the actual fuck? I reserve the right to lose my ever fucking loving goddamn shit. I need to play with fire. Alright, this is going down. This is going down. I'm gonna burn, baby, burn. Alright, here we are. There it is. That's the phrase that needs to die. Oh! Okay, flash paper alert. Oh, I barely touched that. I barely touched that. And it went up like flash paper. First time this book, what is it, printed on half not flash paper and half flash paper? What the actual fuck? Because every other time I've tried to burn this book, it's been like, fucking happened to light it like 5-6 times and it won't burn. This just almost caught the whole goddamn thing on fire. What the actual fuck? And it cracked the page. It's put a hole in the page in 1 second. You all just saw that. That was 1 second. That was literally 1 second. And it went up. What the fuck? These books are printed on demon paper by Satan. That's the answer. They're printed on satanic paper. They're like in 13 Ghosts, the Book of the Dead. That actress is way too good for that is in. And they talk about the book, and it's a really good prop. They're written on that. Okay, it doesn't even smell properly burned. I don't even get burn wood smell out of it. I don't even get decent smell, but that was bullshit. I wanted to play with fire more than that. You disappointed me, book. Okay, we've got like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-ish pages to go. But yeah, people will notice if he fucking kisses her, you fucking ass clown. God, he's worthless. Oh, Sarah, I'm sorry. I'm glad they brought you drugs. Drugs are good in this case. But scroll back like a minute and a half. I will, you know what? Are you on my Discord? Do you have my Discord? Are you a member of my Discord? I'm checking this now because I can see membership list. Let me see. Are you a person on my Discord? It's alphabetical. This helps. You're not, girl. You got to get on my Discord because then I will clip this just for you. Are you on Discord at all? Can I invite you? Because I will. You do not have Discord. Girl, you gotta get on Discord. Or give me some way to send you the playing with fire clip. Because I have other videos where I've burned the books in the past that I'm sure you would enjoy. But yeah, you have my YouTube's, like, reach out. Because we could have some fun. Like, I have videos on this channel. Leave a comment on. But yeah, like, get get with the Discords because I will. But definitely, yeah. When you get home and can, it'll be on this video. We're at like 3 minutes. We're at 3 hours. Duh, I'm a little drunk. We're at 3 hours and we're at 3 hours and 50 minutes is exactly this moment. So you want about 3 hours and about 47 minutes. About 3:47 is probably the time code for playing with fire, and it will be there because I want you to see that, especially because you're having a rough time right now, and I want to make you smile. Yeah. Damn, I'm bursting. My jeans are too fucking tight. I want her, but now really is not the place. Wow, are you like 5 minutes too late with that thought? Your fingers dig into me. Ah, you're there! Hello, Sarah Vellum! Thank you so much for joining the Discord. You're amazing. Thank you for being here. You're awesome and we love you. And I swear to God, when we finish in about 10 minutes, I will go back once it's downloaded and I will clip that and send it to you. Because playing with fire is always fun here. We practice safety. I have water. Okay, YouTube, I have water right here. In case anything gets out of hand, I have water. And yes, it's gotten out of hand where accidentally the whole book caught on fire once. That was not my fault and I couldn't see it. And I burned my hand, but it was okay because we had water and everything was okay. But yeah, go to the book club Saturday tab and the past burned videos as well as pictures of the ducks that need repainting. There's 3 pictures if you scroll up of the ducks that need repainting because they're the same as previous ducks. If you have any suggestions on how to repaint them, please reply to the pictures because I'm so open to suggestions. So far I need RAF pilot duck, which I'll find whoever's the best to repaint into that. The 4 similar color ones I'm now going to do as Star Trek. But we've still got about 9 ducks that need a purpose, that need to be repainted into something. So any and all suggestions welcome. I should do a cat duck. We don't have a cat duck. Maybe I could do animals. I could do animals. That could be a thing. Maybe. Animals could be a thing. Because you can paint texture. I can paint feathers. We could do chicken duck. We don't have a chicken duck. We could do chicken duck. Okay, so far we've got RAF duck, Star Trek ducks, and chicken duck. I still need ideas. Because some of them are going to be a little harder. And thank you for joining my Discord. That's very sweet of you. And please invite some friends. Or bring a duck or a dog. We're a big dog cat community, obviously. We have a whole tab for pictures of your pets. Don't come. I want that later. We're still spelling come wrong. I whisper and I splay my hand on her belly and press down, knowing that this will emphasize everything she's feeling. Her head is lolling against my chest and she's biting down on her bottom lip. The elevator stops. Oh, good idea, but I'm not sure how to paint it. It sounds like something you would have to do like a cross section of a duck. I don't know. It's an interesting idea. I'm gonna have to mull that. There's a loud ping and the door is open on the first floor. Slowly, I withdraw my hand and the passenger's exit, and I kiss the back of her head. Well done, Anna. See, he's just treated her like a sub that he's giving a lesson and an orders to, like, I'm going to finger you in public, but don't come and don't let anyone know, or I'll beat the shit out of you later. And again, this is supposed to be after he said, no rules, no dom sub shit. You don't have to follow my rules or my lessons, and we'll be vanilla. And yet he's still treating her like this. He's still being publicly abusive and expecting her to take it, because this is abusive. This is without her consent. She's way too naive and young to consent. She has no idea that he's going to do that. They don't have an understanding where this is an okay part of their relationship. So, and he's doing it as punishment. That's the thing. He's still sexually abusing her as punishment. That has never changed. Because he's pissed off that she wouldn't tell him what the therapist said to her and that she won't agree to marry him. So he's been sexually abusing her all night out of sadism. So yeah, he is a sadist. That's what gets him off. He's getting off on the abuse and control and cruelty of what he's doing. That's a sadist. She did not give us away. I hold her for a moment longer. Link turns and nods as he leaves with a woman who I assume is his present wife. When I'm sure Anna is able to stand, I release her. Oh, because the power of you disfiguring somebody is so wonderful that she loses the use of her legs? Not in my experience. And I've had really good sex occasionally. She gazes up at me, her eyes dark and smoky with lust. Ready? I ask, and slip both of my fingers briefly into my mouth. Mighty fine, Miss Steele, I give her a wicked grin. I can't believe you just did that, she whispers, breathless and arousing. I'd be ready to kill him and taking the elevator to the bottom floor and going home. You'd be surprised what I can do, Miss Steele. There's a puppy on my leg. Okay, puppy, I have like 3 pages left. Okay, come here. No, we're not doing this. No, you're not doing rub my belly and then I'll come up. No, you come up right now. Come on. No, you're not going to be a wild little baby. Come on. Come on, up. Up. All right, be it on your own head. You're not getting cuddles then. If you want cuddles, you come up. Come on, up. No, you're not going to come closer and be a sucky baby. Come on, up. 3 seconds, he's going to be on my leg. Oh, now we're sitting up. Do you want up? Come on, up. Yes, up. There we go. Yeah, there we go. There's a puppy. Yes. Hi. Yes, I know you're sleepy. Everyone say hi to the puppy. Hello. I'm a doggy. I'm really clingy and I don't like facing the camera. He really doesn't. I don't know why, but he has somehow like figured out that means like other people watching and he's not cool. He's a very private, sucky baby. And you're muting me again. You were under something, weren't you? Alright, you stay here. You're gonna stay in my arms while we finish reading this, okay? Yes, oh yes, okay. Yeah. See, the trick is you put the butt on the desk, and then you pet the top half of the dog, and his head. That's all he cares about, is pet my head and my floppy ears. See the floppy ears? See the floppy earness? And he just, yeah, he wants to melt and go back to sleep is what he wants. Yes, you beautiful baby, you. Yes, you're such a beautiful baby. You're a beautiful baby, and thank you for flapping your ears and hitting me in the face. I forgot the last thing I said I was going to turn a duck into. It was a chicken. Okay, somebody remind me. We have RAF duck, the 4 colors Star Trek ducks, and a chicken. For the love of God, somebody post this somewhere I can remember because I'm too drunk. I want to get you home, but maybe we'll only make it as far as the car. I give her a quick smile, check that my jacket is covering the front of my jeans, then take her hand and lead her out of the elevator. Come, I bid her. Yes, I want to. Miss Steele. I've never had sex in a car, she says, and her heels echo on the marble floor. I stop and tip her head up so we're eye to eye. I'm very pleased to hear that. I have to say, I'd be very surprised, not to say mad, if you had. That's not what I meant, she huffs. What did you mean? Christian, it was just an expression. The famous expression. I've never had sex in a car. Yes, it just trips off the tongue. Okay, douchebag, you got her wound up and now you're bitching? Now you're bitching. You got her all hot and bothered. Now you're bitching that she's like, I don't want to wait like for the hour drive back home. Just fuck me in the back seat. Which you're a teenager. You should like that. Puppy has fully melted. He's still here, but he's very melted. And he's definitely going back to sleep in my arms. That's why you're a good boy. That's why you're a very good boy. Yes, you are. I was about to say this is the proper place for men, melted and at my command. Yeah, I stand by it. Yes, it just trips off the tongue. And I'm teasing her. She's so easy to provoke. Also, this is abusive. Like, don't provoke the person you're with constantly. I know people who do this. It's not funny. It's sadistic. Don't do it. Christian, I wasn't thinking. For heaven's sakes, you've just, done that to me in an elevator full of people. My wits are scattered. What did I do to you? She purses her lips. You turned me on. Big time. Now take me home and fuck me. Yeah, see, this is the problem. He's manipulative all the fucking time and he takes no responsibility and acts like he doesn't know what he's doing. Not funny, not fun. Like, these are the people that I want to bash their heads in permanently because they're just disgusting. I laugh, taken aback. I had no idea she'd be quite so crude. You're a born romantic, Miss Steele. I take her hand and we head to the valet who has the Saab parked up and ready. I give him a large tip and open the passenger door for Anna. So you want sex in a car? I ask as I switch on the ignition. Quite frankly, I would have been happy with the lobby floor. Trust me, Anna, so would I. But I don't enjoy being arrested at this time of night. I didn't want to fuck you in a restroom. Well, not today. You mean there was a possibility? Oh, yes. Let's go back. I turn to look at her earnest expression. She's so unexpected sometimes. I start to laugh, and soon we're both laughing. It's cathartic after the buildup of sexual tension. I place a hand on her knee, caressing her, and she stops laughing and looks at me with large, dark eyes. I could fall into them and never recover. She's so beautiful. Patience, Anastasia, I whisper, and we move off, heading up Fifth Avenue. She's silent but restless, so we drive back, and she gives me the occasional come-hither look through her dark lashes. I know that look. Yes, Anna, I want you to. In every way. Please say yes. See, again, he's using sex to abuse her into saying yes. The Saab glides into a parking space in Escala's garage. I switch off the engine, thinking about her wish for sex in a car. I have to admit, it's not something I've done, either. That actually surprises me. She's biting her lip, her expression wanton. Groin-tighteningly wanton. There's a phrase. Gently, I release her lip with my fingers. I love that she wants me as much as I want her. We will fuck in the car at a time and place of my choosing. I would so be getting out of the car and taking an Uber home if you said that to me. Like, no, you want to tease me up and then you want to fucking control where we fuck when we're in your garage that you control and we can fuck in the back seat like I want, and you're telling me no? I'd be going home and letting him jerk it off for an evening so he can have some understanding of the sexual balance we're going to have and that you're not going to play these bullshit fucking games. In fact, I would probably ghost him, not only for the rest of the night, but for a full day after and not respond to him till the second day. I really would. Just to make the goddamn point that you are not going to control me with this bullshit and you're not going to abuse me with this fucking bullshit ever, ever, ever again. Or we're done. Either way, I don't care. Right now, I want to take you on every available surface of my apartment. Yes, she says, even though it's not a question. Again, what did you slip her? what did he slip her at dinner? Because, again, anytime they eat together, afterwards she suddenly turns into the horniest, most wanton slut in the entire world. And it's not natural. And it's to such an extreme level that even porn is making fun of it. I lean towards her and she closes her eyes and puckers her lips, offering me a kiss. Her cheeks are slightly flushed. I take a quick look around the car. We could. No. She opens her eyes, waiting impatiently. If I kiss you now, we won't make it to the apartment. Come. Resisting the urge to jump her, I climb out of the car and together we wait for the elevator. I hold her hand, stroking her knuckles with my thumb, setting up a rhythm that I hope to repeat with my dick in a few minutes. Time he says my dick, I have to laugh. So what happened to instant gratification, she asks. It's not appropriate in every situation, Anastasia. Since when? Since this evening. Why are you torturing me so? Yes, he is. Tit for tat, Miss Steele. How am I torturing you? I think you know. And I watch as realization dawns on her face. Yes, baby. I love you and I want you to be my wife. But you won't tell me your answer. So now he's admitting it. He's openly admitting it. I am sexually torturing you to get you to be my wife. Extreme, extreme red flag. Run while you still can. I'm into delayed gratification too, she whispers and gives me a shy smile. She is torturing me. Like, he's pretending he's like Captain Obvious. I tug her hand and pull her into my arms. And my fingers wrap around her nape, but I angle her head so I can look in her eyes. What can I do to make you say yes? I beg her. Wow, is this not the way to propose? Again. Give me some time, please, she says. I groan and my lips are on hers, my tongue seeking hers. The elevator doors open and we shuffle in, maintaining our embrace. And she's lit from within. Her hands are on me, everywhere. In my hair, around my face, on my ass, and she's kissing me back with such passion. I burn for her. This is not the appropriate response to what he just said, ever in the history of ever. Last 3 pages. Pushing her against the wall, reveling in the fervor of her kiss, I pin her with my hips and my erection. I have one hand in her hair and one on her chin. You own me, I whisper against her mouth. My fate is in your hands, Anna. She pushes my jacket off my shoulders and the elevator stops and opens and we're in the foyer. I notice the usual flowers are missing from the foyer table. Fucking A. Foyer table, surface number 1. I press Anna against the wall and she finishes the job and pushes my jacket off me onto the floor. My hand runs up her thigh, taking the hem of her dress with it while I kiss her. Interesting he didn't take the hem of her dress with it in the elevator when he was literally fingering her from behind in the vagina when, yeah, she would have been completely exposed if he had been doing that. Taking the hem of her dress with it while I kiss her, I boost her skirt higher. First surface here, I mutter and lift her suddenly. Wrap your legs around me. She does as she's told, and I lay her down on the hall table. From my jeans pocket, I fish out a condom and hand it to Anna to undo my fly. Her fingers impatiently open the packet. Her enthusiasm is arousing. Do you know how much you turn me on? What? No, She's breathless. Well, you do. All the time. I grab the packet from her hands and roll the condom on while staring at her. Her hair is cascading over the edge of the table and she's staring up at me, her eyes brimming with want. I move between her legs and lift her ass off the table, spreading her legs further apart. Keep your eyes open. I want to see you. I take both her hands and sink slowly into her. It takes all my willpower to keep my eyes open on hers. She's exquisite, every fucking inch of her. She closes her eyes and I thrust hard into her. Open, I urge, and I tighten my hold on her hands. She cries out but opens her eyes. They're wild and blue and beautiful. Slowly I pull out of her and then sink into her again. She watches me, her eyes on me. God, I love it. I move faster, loving her. The only way I really know how. Her mouth opens, slack, wide, beautiful, and her legs tense around me. This is going to be quick. Doy? Like there's another option. Like there's not a puppy sleeping on top of me. And she comes around me, taking me with her. She calls out through her climax. Yes, Anna, I cry. And come, and come, and come! Another three-peat! We got another three-peat! We had to get one more. We got another three-peat. And all the while spelling come wrong every single time. I collapse on her, release her hands, and rest my head on her chest. I close my eyes. She cradles my head, running her fingers through my hair as I catch my breath. I look up at her. I'm not finished with you yet, I whisper, and I kiss her and disengage myself. Hastily, I do up my fly and lift her off the table. We stand in the foyer holding each other. We're under the careful watch of the women in my Madonna and Child paintings that line the wall. That is directly off the other book too, because he had paintings of Madonna and Child and actually saw his like Anastasia as Madonna. That is so. This is proof she's writing them like at the same time. I think they will approve of my girl. Also, when were we ever told that he had numerous religious paintings of Madonna and Child in his fuck palace? When were we ever told this? I think this is made up. I think she forgot which book she was writing here and confused them because it's in the other book that he actually has several paintings of Madonna and Child, and that's why he sees his housekeeper as a vision of the Madonna at one point, and then just like goes with it like Nightingale syndrome. No, without the near-death experience. I think they approve of my girl. Bed, I whisper. Please, she says, and I take her to bed. See, the puppy's like, take me to bed. I want to go to bed. I want cuddle. I want my belly rubbed. I want to be wrapped in a blanket and snuggled. And I'm a puppy, and you're not paying enough attention to me, even though I'm sleeping on top of you. And I take her to bed and make love to her once more. She comes, riding me hard, and I hold her upright as I watch her spiral out of control. Fuck, it's erotic. She's naked, her breasts bouncing. And I let go, climaxing inside her. Excuse me. My head back, my fingers digging into her hips. She flops down on my chest, panting hard. As I recover my breath, I run my fingers down her back, dewy with her sweat. Satisfied, Miss Steele. She mumbles in agreement, then looks up at me. Her expression a little dazed, but she angles her head. Last page! Shit. She's going to kiss my chest. I take a deep breath and she plants soft, warm kisses on my chest. It's okay. The darkness is quiet. Or gone, I don't know. I relax and roll us onto our sides. Is sex like this for everyone? I'm surprised anyone ever goes out, she says, with a sated smile. What's the name of the kid in Game of Thrones that marries like Anne Boleyn, the actress who played Anne Boleyn? She plays a different character there, but it's basically the exact same character. You know, she marries the 13-year-old, then plies him by having a lot of sex. That guy. Because she sounds like that guy. She makes me feel 10 feet tall. I can't speak for everyone, but it's pretty damn special with you, Anastasia. My lips touch hers. That's because you're pretty damn special, Mr. Gray. She caresses my face. It's late. Go to sleep. I kiss her and pull her to me so we're spooning. Her back to my front and I tug up the comforter. You don't like compliments. Her voice is drifting. She's tired. No, I'm not used to them. Go to sleep, Anastasia. I love the house, she mutters. That means she might say yes. I grin into her hair and nuzzle her. I love you. Go to sleep. And I close my eyes as her scent fills my nostrils. A house, a wife, What more do I need? Please say yes, Anna. End of chapter! Alright, we made it. As disgusting as it was, and he's still being manipulative and horribly abusive in a variety of ways. And if you have to manipulate someone into saying yes to marry you, like, no. That is not how it should be, and that's not what you want. Like, don't. But he doesn't. It's not real. Like what he's saying here. He's not offering her a real marriage. He's offering her ownership. Because all he wants to do is own her. That's all it is. She's, she makes him feel better. She is, as he said, his dream catcher and fuck doll. And so he just wants to own that forever because he thinks that will, like, cure him somehow. Which, again, is a theme in the other series. Totally the exact same theme. Of, like, and it's such a religious bullshit thing, too. And these books are, like, they come, like, fucking, like, Stephanie Meyer, who wrote Twilight, she's a Mormon. She wrote them as religious, like, fucking propaganda. And so a lot of that translates into this, and it sells. It sells. Religious conservative bullshit stories like this fucking sell. If you just meet the right woman and get to fuck her, then she'll cure everything that's wrong with you and you'll have the perfect life, and utterly disgusting. But sadly, we did not get any new ducks tonight. I'm very sad for the lack of ducks. We've had these new ducks for almost a month, and not one of them has gotten out of the bag yet. So feel some empathy for the new ducks. None of them have gotten out of the bag yet. So I feel bad for the new ducks, though we have some repaint ideas now. Hopefully I will get some of them done by next week. I certainly don't promise to get all of them done, but I promise to get some of them done. So we will have more new ducks, and I will have some repaints to show off. What do you think, Bo? You gonna help me? Help? Yeah, you? You gonna help me? You gonna help me? Yeah? You gonna be a good boy? You gonna help me? He says he will very much try and not chew on my brushes, which you've done before. He said, no, it was totally the kitty. I didn't do it, even though you caught me doing it. I didn't do it, because I didn't mistake your very expensive brushes for being a stick. Which you totally did. I know you didn't mean it. You just thought it was a stick. You didn't understand. I know. Don't do it again, okay? Yeah, you see, he will totally not remember anything I said in about 10 minutes. But that's why they're lovable. That's why they're lovies. That's why they're little lovies, aren't they? Yes, they're little lovies. Little lovies. Alright, so we've had lots of love. We've had puppy love, 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 love. We had so much bullshit and abuse tonight out of the book. And, wow, am I not drunk enough even now for this shit? I've had like 3 glasses of wine. I think I'm on my 4th. What do you think? Am I on my 4th or my 5th? I don't remember. But we had a good time. Thank you all for being here. Sarabella, I genuinely hope you feel better. I hope you get to go home and rest and have some good drugs for a while. And I'm glad your kid is okay. And I hope that you get to go canoeing under better circumstances soon. Right, puppy? Yeah, you'd love to go out there, but you can swim. He doesn't know that he can swim, but he can. I've seen him do it, and he still acts like he can't swim. Because some dogs are not aware that they're genetically programmed on how to swim. Right, puppy? Okay. Say bye-bye. Say bye-bye. Yeah, that's right. 2 paws. Okay, we'll say goodbye with 2 paws. Okay, thank you. 2 paws. Goodbye. Goodbye. Sponsor a duck. We need more of them. And they really help. Yes, they do. And thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you for a wonderful Saturday night. I hope you're all having a great weekend. Continue to have a great weekend. Mark, thank you so much for being here. I've missed you so much. You are such a prince for showing up. I genuinely am so glad to see you. You're so great. Tell that girl you're with she's got to catch. But I will see everybody next week. Please come back for more of my making fun of this book and many more things, and hopefully we'll get to play with fire some more and get some ducks and some cuffs. It's been too long since I had handcuffs on. It's really like I'm having withdrawals. Hopefully next week. I'll see you all next Saturday. Have a great weekend. Take care of yourself. Love on a fur baby.